Hello, everyone. Thanks for tuning in. It's been 7 months since we last streamed some D&D. That wasn't a one-shot, but I'm coming back now to say I'm happy to announce that this is the start of Campaign 2 for our group. The Unnatural ones, as they came to be known offhand. We are kicking things off with Group 1 of 2. We're actually going to be running 2 groups this time around, because of the size of the group that we had before. Just made things a little hard and too long. That's what she said. So we're going to split up into 2 groups. Each group is going to go in alternating weeks. So this week we have Group 1. Next week we'll have Group 2. Both groups are starting in the same part of the campaign. And the things that they do will influence what could happen to the other ones, or may have effects that affect things elsewhere in the world throughout the campaign. An update to the UI for the stream this time around. I've added clips of the Discord chat, so you can see who lights up when they talk. When it's their turn to talk, they will turn green. One of those shows my name right now. We're actually waiting on our last person. But I wanted to thank everybody for dropping in drops in. If you're catching this on YouTube later, thanks for dropping in and taking the time to watch. We are not Critical Role. This is not a live at a table game. This is done through Roll20. We are players from around different parts of the United States, as well as in Group 2 we have a player from Chile. So that will be all worked in here into this wonderful group that we've built and have been playing together now for close to 6 years. With that said, I'm waiting on a couple more people and we'll get started here very shortly. This is the Unnatural ones. And a few quick shout outs here. I wanted to give a quick shout out to a play-by-post server that I am on here on Discord, known as Magics and Misfits. You can find them. I will add them to the bot so that they can... I will add them to the bot, actually, so you can ping it. So, adding that command now. I forgot to do that earlier. If you're new and you're not from Magic and Misfits, jumping in to hang out with us tonight, then you can do the command M&M. It is a play-by-post server. So the things that you do there, play at your own pace. Only have to check it roughly once a day if you feel like it. Without further ado, I have everybody here, so I'm going to give them a quick rundown here, and then we will be getting started. Stay tuned. Yeah, you're muted right now. Hey guys, we're just waiting on one person to return. We will start here very shortly. Again, thanks for stopping by. I hope you enjoy the stream. We will be starting any minute now. Mute things. Don't worry about how many people are watching. Because my thing's not updating anyways. Alright. Yeah, he is. He put in the chat. Knock that out. There was a bug where it lost everybody's spells at one point. Okay. Waiting on Salazar. But you guys are live, you can say hi.
Hello.
Howdy, stream.
Hello.
Back
Hello.
just in time.
Excellent, excellent.
The chili's complete, papyrus style.
Oh god. Alright, well. Let's kick this underway, shall we?
All right.
It's been 25 years since there were last great heroes upon the world. The fall of Alabar, opener of the way, the great eldritch planet that weaseled his way into the realm thanks to some accidents from our last band of adventurers. But upon his entry, he was promptly eliminated. Well, not eliminated. He was driven away from the realm by a final blow from a slingshot, of all things, by the now missing in action Bretta, as her story has taken quite the turn since Campaign 1. We join ourselves today with 3 of you upon an airship. One of you, the eldest daughter of the great hero Elrod. Another, the eldest only son of great Talos, the great knight of Britain. And then there is Mordek, our tiefling artificer, coming from the great dwarven lands far up to the north, where his training and work has been done, sent upon his various reasons for coming here. And finally, sitting down, not upon the airship, and where we're going to start, we have Morgix, the lizard folk, who has been here for a few number of days at this point. It's not fun getting into Qurumu. It's quite the bottleneck, as you can see by the many caravans upon the map. Morgix, from your boat, making landfall and crossing across the desert to find the great trade city. You've been here roughly a week at this point. You have your papers, you have everything in order, they just haven't been letting you through. There's been this backup of caravans, and there's rumors of various protests and the like happening throughout the city that have slowed things down quite a bit. So what have you been up to? There is the local tavern.
Exactly. Looking for some way to make my way inside, whether polite way or a rough and tumble sort of way to gain entry, and I'm currently contemplating just making a bum rush for the gates.
Alright. Well, so feel free to place yourself wherever you wish on the map here. You are up here at the top corner at the moment. I should probably switch the map over. That would definitely help.
Yeah.
Welcome to Qurumu.
Alright.
Hustle and the bustle
kind of
of the
walking
city.
around.
Yeah. The guards have always had a wary eye on you. It's not uncommon to know that lizard folk are not treated quite as well as most other folks within the realm. Being from the wildlands and all, they're usually not quite that civilized, and they're known for their cannibalistic natures, or love for raw meat, I should say.
All right, so I'm not sure, is the entry down towards the bottom left?
Yeah, that's the front gate that you're by right now. So
Okay.
further in the city is down here to the bottom left.
Yeah, so I will kind of walk over towards the tent kind of nearest and start looking around, pretending to look at the goods there. What is that?
So what you've stumbled across is one of the caravans that has been set up here for a few days. You've kind of come and gone from it, perusing the goods at will, but mostly at this point it seems to just be a collection of fruit that is long since dried out. The heat wave and the constant temperature change between day and night for the city has left the fruit less than favorable, and then of course being a lizard folk, it's not meat.
Right.
Yeah, again.
So I would from there be trying to scope out the gate and see if
All right.
the guards aren't paying attention.
The guards continue their patrols. There's the two that always hang up outside the sandy salmon up here to the northwest. Down at the bottom, there's one making a patrol now at the side, and another one patrolling by the other side of the caravans on the opposite side to you. Near the airship, there's a guard on stationed. It seems a little less than thrilled to be there. And of course, the two that patrol along the wall up here to the northeast. The vendor near you, a Sando wearing a head covering and decorative scarving, kind of eyes you warily as you pass by, just casually faux perusing along their market stall here. They are one of the ones that come and go from the trade city of the outpost to the north. Unfortunately for them, they've been stuck in this caravan despite being a natural citizen of the city. But from what you can tell, the only other thing that really stands out at the moment is a pair to the south down here. What looks to be a very eccentrically dressed gnome. He's wearing various robes. He's got some goggles on his head. His hair is just kind of all over the place, bright blonde with a mustache and beard. And he's traveling alongside this hulking, like, behemoth of a dragonborn with these red scales that eventually kind of look like they're peeling away almost to form spines along his shoulders and stuff. He's carrying with him a massive maul. And the pair of them are headed over to what you've been told is the Qurumu embassy, which you've been in and out of a few times now, and it's just constantly, wait your turn, please, wait your turn, it's not your turn, come back tomorrow, etc., etc.
All right, you said they were heading towards it?
Yeah, they're headed towards this embassy building down here.
I would probably think maybe with numbers I might have a better chance. So I would kind of try to hurry towards.
Okay. You can start heading that way to follow them into the embassy. As you kind of start catching up to them, you hear behind you the ringing of these loud bells and a sort of foghorn-style echo across the caravan area here. And for the first time in a few weeks, and the first time you've seen, this massive shadow starts to kind of pass over part of the caravan district here. And looking up, you see what is actually quite a rarity. You see this massive flying boat. It's like the ships you traveled on, but flying. An airship has arrived and docked itself into the airship tower up here to the north.
Well, I would assume that the Dragonborn and Gnome also kind of looked up.
Yes, they
and
paused
checked
for a second
It's not.
to take in the view up above as they came in through the front gates.
As they looked at that, I would turn towards them and say, "Well, that's not something you see every day, is it?"
Oh, no. It's the beauty of the airships. It's just so marvelous when you do get to see them. You know, they're powered by a combination of magic and air. It's quite a thrilling thing to see. I've gotten to work on one before, you know. See, the Dragonborn just kind of puts his hand in his palm and kind of leans on top of the gnome. He has to bend down quite a bit and just waits for the guide. He just continues on rambling and rambling as gnomes tend to do. He just kind of glances over to you, like, lizard folk.
Hello, dragon.
Refer to me as I wish. I like that. I like you already. Zilka, I like this one. Last person you liked took your wallet. Be careful. Yeah, but she was beautiful.
None of that for me.
Excellent. So now, why don't we go ahead and get a nice brief introduction of what Morgix looks like?
He's green lizard folk, rather tall. He's 6'6", and with his tail, weighs about 295 pounds. He's wearing, as pictured in the token, just like a head scarf to kind of shade from the sun a little bit. But in all aspects, he seems like your stereotypical pirate. Loose pants, bare chested, has a pack strapped across his back and a rapier.
Excellent.
At his side.
You looking to get in too, Lizard Man?
Yes, been here a few days.
Few days.
Hey,
Zilka, you said we'd get in no time. Well, things change. I have no control over the flow and ebb of time here in the city. It is just such a thing that usually we get in pretty quick. I know, your arena fight's in 2 days, but I'm sure we'll be in by then. Your Draxer, the great champion.
I was wondering if maybe we could go in together.
Well, always worth a shot.
They keep looking at me and saying, wait your turn.
He's going to take a moment to just kind of study you over. In their defense, you don't have the most friendly-looking attire, nor do you have the most... And I mean this no offense at all, so none at all. You don't have the most friendly-looking, what's the nice way to say this? He means it's because you're a lizard.
Well, can't be helped.
No, I can't. Come on, come sit inside with us. We'll see what we can do.
Much obliged.
So, Morgix, you will follow them on into the embassy there. Oh, that's actually on the map. Boop. There. Alright, I'm going to take you away from the map for a bit. Let's go check out who's arriving upon the airship. Descending down the stairs, the trio of you guys who've been talking briefly off and on throughout your trip from the northern lands. You three descend alongside the quite dapper robot known as Dapper.
Oh man, it is good to be on solid ground again.
Quite sweltering and infertile ground, but it is at least solid.
Mm-hmm. So, you know what this reminds me of?
What does it remind you of, Nora?
Reminds me of that time Uncle Telos took us out to the beach and had us training out in the sun for all day. Do you remember that?
Which time?
I think between the time that I threw him off the docks, or maybe the time... Oh no. There was that time we went to the rocky beach and he pushed me down. Shoot. We did go to the beach a lot.
Is
Yes.
this training you heroic types do the most efficient way to improve your skill?
Well,
My
you
father
tell
had the
me.
best
She
training methods.
flexes over at you.
My father had the best training methods. My favorite was when we went to the beach and he strapped weights to my legs and tossed me in the middle of the ocean. He said,
Hey.
if I don't survive, then I'm not worthy of his legacy.
Hey, you made it, and then I made it next summer. He wouldn't let me do it. He said I was too thin. Well, we showed him, didn't we, Sal? She punches you in the shoulder.
His eye might twitch just just a little bit for paying close attention.
Yeah, we showed him. Well, enough stand.
Go ahead.
Well, enough stand around in the sun. We headed to town or what? What do you think's best?
It's time to make our way to the embassy. There seems to be quite a long line to enter the city.
Is that what we all gotta do? I guess we'll all do it then.
You don't suppose these are all citizens seeking refuge?
I just got here. She just starts strutting off towards the embassy.
Mordix just watches her walk. Astute observation.
Sal's gonna look over at Mordek and go, she's like that. If you stick around long enough, you'll get used to it. He just kind of slowly starts walking in the general direction where Nora just sprinted off to.
Mordix size, strength in numbers, and he follows.
So as you guys begin making your way across the sand, hot under your shoes, the poor dapper bot there, more used to stable ground, is having quite a few issues traversing across the sand. Every few steps it seems to sink in or tumble. It manages to right itself with the strange appendage that it has of an arm sticking out the top there.
It keeps pulling itself forward and clawing through the sand.
Is it supposed to have that much trouble walking?
It was not built for this environment, though. That is a good point about increasing its adaptability.
Yeah, that sounds right. She just keeps walking.
Well, as you guys continue your way on, you've noticed that there's portions in the sand that are a little more stable. It's not really like gravel or rock. It's more just like it's been treaded on so much that it's kind of hard. It's just smoother.
I poignantly avoid it and I take the shortest path.
Off to the
Gotta work out my legs.
Let's see.
Mordek takes the beaten path while he pulls out his notebook and writes down how he should improve the balancing apparatus of Dapper.
Is there anything I might assist you with?
Oh, he's talking to Mordek.
Yeah, to you.
Do you know much about the balancing techniques of mechanical walkers?
No. He speaks very plainly.
Well, they don't learn by themselves, so it's going to carry on this way for the whole trip.
Oh, I was just offering to carry it if you needed an extra set of hands. I wasn't expecting to dig into the internal components of your creation.
Carry it? Mordek raises an eyebrow. You do realize how weighty this object is.
It should be noted it does stand at like the size of a large dog or wolf. It is a medium-sized construct.
I think that makes Salazar's offer all the more appropriate. Just for Sal.
I mean, we were reminiscing about the horrible training sections of this past.
Hey, Nora thought they were fun.
Well, I would not say no to an expedited process if you do believe you can do it.
Hey! Hey! Come on, you guys! Or at least one of you! Sal! Come on!
So as you're standing there, the elf over here in the tent kind of leans out. Fruit for the lady.
Huh? Me?
Fruit. You want to buy some fruit? Help somebody who's stuck here, you know?
I kind of squint at the fruit. What's she offering me?
It's mostly a collection of like bananas, coconuts, stuff that would be found more in a tropical, beachy desert region, but it all looks a little sun-dried.
She kind of takes a step closer and peers at it. Yeah, give me a banana.
That'll be 2 copper.
There you go.
You hand over the 2 copper. She reaches down into one of the barrels and pulls out this bunch of bananas and kind of carefully twists it off and offers it over to you. And as you go to grab it, just the first grip of the banana just starts to squish in your hands.
I've had worse, Nora thinks to herself. And she's helping the less fortunate. I'm gonna have to break a gold piece for this, so I'm just gonna break it down into silver and copper.
That's fine. Honestly, copper is such a small amount. I'm not terribly picky about it.
Okay.
At 2 copper, it's just a nuisance at that point.
I'm gonna. Is she talking? Sorry.
No, go ahead.
As I kind of like walk away and start peeling the banana, does it like mush into pieces, or is it like barely holding itself together?
Oh, it just as you start peeling the layers away, as it starts losing the support, it just kind of starts like squishing down and falling over, and it's browning and squishy, and it's more reminiscent of what you'd use to make like banana bread or something, and not really eat as a snack.
Chomp.
While Nora is fascinated with her newfound banana,
She's like mauling it.
When can Dapper approach her at the crossroads? Have we not just eaten at our disboarding meal on the airship?
They had a disboarding meal?
They did.
I was waiting by the gate. I just took some food from the buffet and stuffed my bag.
Seems I need to take more of your given possessions. They gave out a schedule, you know?
No, Nora,
She
there's
shrugs.
many people that probably needed that food more than you.
Hey, I helped someone who was stuck here. Go ask her. I helped supported local businesses, Sal. Get off my back.
Fruit
She
for the
winks at you.
others? Fruit for anybody?
See, Sal? That's a good cause.
Oh, I guess I can peruse.
Wait a minute. Are you carrying that thing, Sal? Put that down!
Probably not easily. It was probably more stabilizing. than-
Yeah, it was more
than actually-
stabilizing.
He's like carrying its hind legs and pushing it forward.
Oh, okay. You're nobody's lackey. Put it down.
Yeah, he's not just carrying it willy nilly. It's more
Oh,
like
okay.
It's more like he's walking next to it with an arm under it to keep it from sinking into the sand.
Oh, okay. Then she wouldn't comment on that because that's kind of normal. If you had Sal carry it, she would have been like, "Hey, yo, what the fuck?
Free labor
Oh,
sure
no.
is easy to come by.
How dare you take advantage of my buddy's good nature? I will laser you or some shit."
So as you guys are making a bit of more commotion and stuff, you guys kind of descended relatively unnoticed, not really with the crowd. And even aboard the ship, as you guys kind of, the longer you guys are there, people paid less and less attention to exactly what was going on upon the ship. Salazar tended to really be the one who got both the most and the least amount of eye contact. And as he approaches the stall, the elf kind of glances at him briefly and then looks down towards the ground as she speaks. A snake here in this desert?
Is that a problem?
Did I hear her say that?
Yes.
Ooh. Sal, you immediately see Nora taking a deep inhale. Do you stop her or no?
Yep, just used to it. Just hand extends out. Just kind of, it's fine. It's fine.
How?
No.
That's all she does.
I might need
If my
some more of
presence
your
is
Paxton tea.
inconvenient, I could simply pass by.
It's an uncommon thing. They don't tend to be civilized, I should say. Although they're not the weirdest, not necessarily the weirdest thing to pass through the city the last few days.
Squint.
Just had one of those lizard types here trying to sneak into the city multiple times.
Is this what Westport was like for Dad? She mumbles to herself.
Well, I am rather unique. I can understand the glances.
I meant no
Now-
offense to a paying customer, though. Please, peruse. Help yourself.
Oh, it's no problem at all. I didn't take anything more from it than what you said. What are you selling?
Fruit. Lots of fruit. Been stuck here for a few days, so trying to turn an extra copper. You know how it is?
I guess what all is being sold? You said
It's-
coconuts.
Bananas, coconuts, apples, just generic stuff, and it's all kind of burnt, sunburnt, sun-dried, rotting. There's flies around it.
I'll take that coconut.
Ah, excellent. Coconuts, they hold the best in the heat. Would you like me to, cut it for you? Drink
If
the
you
milk
don't mind.
inside? Ah, excellent. And she's gonna, despite her older, frailer looking self, she's gonna grab this massive knife hanging off the back corner of it. toss up the coconut, just slice right through it and catch the bottom half. Reach over behind her somewhere else, stick this like straw like the appendage thing into it, and hand it over to you.
You're quite talented.
I've been doing it for a while.
You said she's an elf, you said, right?
Yes, she is an elf.
Nora doesn't look particularly surprised. She knows a lot of elves.
How much for the coconut?
3 copper.
He drops down 6 and makes the exchange.
Ah, well, you're quite generous. Thank you to you and your friends here. Enjoy the city if you ever get in. Yeah,
We shall try.
I'm sure we will.
embassy's right over there, and she points this direction here.
Just remember to look out for those who need it. And he's going to turn and he's going to start walking towards the embassy.
Yeah, help the needy, you know? And then Nora just follows after him.
All right.
After make sure that Nora and Salazar are out of earshot, Mordek approaches the cellar. It's me simply to say that the quality of your goods is not highest that I have seen. But I shall be willing to make you a deal. I will grab a bag full, a couple dozen or so, of your pears. I will give you 6 copper for those.
Man just paid 3 copper for a coconut, and you want a bag of pears for 6?
I'm
Look, you purple.
giving you far more business than you would get for the whole day.
I've already made more money than 6 copper. Come on. Listen here, wing boy. Just because I'm standing out here don't mean I don't know how to run a business. Pears are 3 copper a piece. A sack will be 10 silver. What you want?
10 silver for a full sack.
Yeah?
I don't suppose you have many willing travelers here trying to buy one of your sacks.
Not out
I'll
here.
take one for 4 silver.
Look, I ain't here to haggle with you, buddy. You can roll persuasion if you would like.
Sure.
Yes.
Okay. He seems kind of nervous and jittery. He just doesn't really. He doesn't really. You can see that he doesn't really want to complete this trade.
Get out of here. Go.
Doesn't care
You
for
and
his
your
fruits.
strange one-armed metal dog, get out of here.
Tis your loss of business.
So, with that, do you guys go ahead and make your way to the embassy? I'll take this.
Hell yeah, we are.
Yes. Okay, I'll say I'll take the silence as a yes.
I forgot I was muted.
Oh, I'm letting Nora lead because that's what she does.
Yes.
Yeah!
So,
Shida.
first things first. Let's jump over to Morgix before you guys enter. Morgix, you follow in behind Zilka and Draxa, the pair that you met out within the caravan district there. And as they approach the window, sitting behind it is just this elf woman who looks sick and tired of doing what she does, as any clerk seems to. And upon seeing them approach, she perks up a little bit, just a tiny bit, and kind of brushes the hair out of the side of her face. If it isn't Draxa, I see you've returned to the city, and she has to like lean over the counter, the little window counter here, to look down at Zilger. Oh, you're back too. I see. Right. Papers are in order? Let me see.
I've got. If they've got their papers out, I've got mine too, and I'm standing
Okay,
kind of
so-
right behind them.
Okay. And as they start to hand over their papers, this young elf kid who just seems to be kind of wondering about. She's kind of going between the people here, asking for money. And one thing you do notice is this drow woman sitting in the last chair here. She kind of the little girl kind of hesitantly approaches the drow, and the drow, in typical drow fashion, just kind of raises that eyebrow, giving that look, and the girl just scurries off towards the other side by you guys. She kind of runs and hides right behind you, Morgix, huddled up next to you.
I keep my hand on my purse.
Okay.
Look down. Is everything okay?
That lady's scary.
There's plenty of scary people in here.
And she finally looks up. All she really saw was your scaled legs. She finally looks up and realizes, you've got the face of a lizard. You're not a dragonborn like the other big guy. And she scurries off to hide next to the other one.
I kind of nod my head like, yep, that's life.
You're scary too.
Implying I'm not the scariest one.
While you're kind of waiting patiently behind the other two, who are getting their papers handed over and such. The little girl, as the drow kind of sits back down and goes back to reading whatever she sees, a newspaper type thing that seems to be a stack of them just sitting over here on a little shelf. The little girl kind of wanders off again and starts heading out the door. The lady dealing with Zilker and Droxer kind of pauses as she's working, glancing past the massive dragonborn and looks over to you, Morgix. And I see you're back again.
I'm with Droxer.
Droxer? You know this lizard? Yeah, good person. Told me I look good. Smart guy. He's with me. Right, well, Alan, you got your papers?
They have been held out the entire.
Droxer's massive dragonborn fist is going to reach back and grab him and kind of crumple him up in the process and shove him under the window to her. Take care of this for me, will you? They'd hate to hear that their champion's friend has been, persuaded not to enter. Yeah. You know, Eric ain't gonna be happy about this, but I'll see what I can do. Go on, take your seats if you don't mind, over there on the right for me. I'll get this processed. Ah, very well, thank you. The gnome kind of pipes up next. He's gonna scurry off and hop right into this first seat. Droxer just gonna kind of follow, he's gonna slam his arm around your shoulder, Morgix, and just kind of walk with you, guiding you along. Yeah, see, sometimes you just gotta give it a little force to get what you want. And about the time you two are going to take your seat, the other three are going to enter. The three of you, as you go out, are on your way in. Nora, a little girl, runs and kind of bumps into you on the way out, looking the other way as she's running out the door.
Hey!
What?
Watch where you're going, kiddo. You could have bumped into someone scary. I immediately check my pockets while she's still standing there.
She has her hands behind her back. Your pockets are fine.
Be careful. You look to be in a hurry, kid. You good?
Yeah, just a scary drow inside.
Drow, huh?
Yes.
Neat. Nora kinda grins and turns to head in.
Ooh, puppy! And she runs over to the massive robot dog.
Marta very deliberately puts it between him and the girl.
Oh, he's so cool. He's got a hand and everything. Oh my gosh. Mind you, the girl's like 12, maybe.
It smells like bureaucracy in here. Doesn't it smell pungent, Sal?
He's not paying attention to you. He's just kind of watching the little girl interact with the dog.
Goddamn right it does. She says, as if you spoke.
So, as the three of you enter, since this is Morgix's first time seeing you guys, why don't you go ahead and each do your descriptions?
Would either of you like to go first? Oh, you blew me up first.
Just blowing everybody up.
Oh. Who wants to go first?
Explosion.
I figured you were going to. Left to right.
Left to right. Okay, so Nora is how tall is she? Is a 5'10" human woman who has striking red hair, piercing blue eyes, and has a fighter's build. Even though she doesn't wear much in the way of armor, just wearing simple leather breeches and a tank top. In fact, she may want to cover her skin more for the desert with that pale complexion. Her weaponry appears to be a simple bastard sword, which is not quite great sword, not quite long swords in size, and strapped across her back, with a hand crossbow hanging upon her very light day bag. Looks more like she's ready for a hike than a full adventure. And she looks ready to take on the goddamn world, one bureaucracy office at a time.
You're right.
All right. Mordek is a very vibrant purple, almost a pearlescent violet tiefling with large vertical horns. He looks sort of a more learned type. He's got big spectacles on his glasses. He's a little young, about 16, 17. And he's about 5'10", minus the horns. And the large wings that are affixed to leathery bat-like wings that are affixed to his back that are large, even when they're half folded behind him. He's dressed in mostly leather armor, which seems to be not which doesn't seem to fit the current environment that he's in, and a big beefy bracelet and a holster for an interesting L-shaped contraption that you haven't seen before on his waist. And Dapper, his little steel defender buddy, is a four-legged mechanical contraption. It is at once many things. It is a stalwart defender, but it is also a craftsman assistant. It's got one big arm at the front, but also small appendages out its sides, little, say, soldering arms, and an appendage from which you believe light might come out of it. It has a flat back, which you believe could function as a workbench. It seems to be carrying some of Mordek's prodigious packs, and also has a tool rack on the side of it.
And there's the horrifying, somehow steampunky version of the Boston Robotics robot that I found.
Yeah. It's not the... I don't know if you can show the other picture, but...
I don't have it loaded into the
Alright.
the thing. And Salazar, by far the most interesting of the three to enter.
I
How
guess
dare you?
Before I dig in, do I actually straight up mention my race, or do we want to just, kind of keep that on the DL?
That's completely up to you. This is meta knowledge, so
Salazar is a very unique-looking individual. He has an athletic build, but not a solid Koromon build. More like wired cables. Training exercises done numerous times to, I guess, build up their strength. Tanned flesh, although the picture shows, I guess, purpled hair. That's actually green. There's very limited options for portraits of this particular race. Yellow eyes with a black slit in the middle of them for focus. He's about a total of 6'2", 6'1". Wearing various types of leather across his chest. Some standard-looking blue slacks on the bottom, and traveling boots. A blackish purple cloak on his back, but right now his hood is down, and if you pay attention to his hair, it appears to be almost greenish scaled dreadlocks, which are basically brought back to some kind of a
Like a ponytail?
yeah, I guess that's the best way to put it. It's not like tied off or anything, but it's just kind of grouped on his back.
it kind of
Nice.
stays as it is on its own, is the best way to put it, I think.
Yes.
With that, the little girl, after kind of fiddling around and checking out the strange robot a bit, she kind of moves over towards Mordek and looks up curiously at you. You have wings! That's so
Does that
cool.
bother you?
No! And you're purple, that's my favorite color. If I could make everything here purple, even the sand, that'd be awesome.
Purple is a good color.
It is. And you're awfully strong looking.
Hey, thanks!
She kind of wanders back over towards Nora.
Mordek, while it happens, goes over to the other side of the steel defender to make sure
Oh.
none of his tools got stolen.
I'll talk to her in a sec, but I'm getting called. 1 sec, I'm sorry.
Alright, you're fine. With
Okay,
that,
the more.
go ahead.
No, he just checks on the other side of Dapper, whether any of the tools that has been on the rack. They're just open there. So he checks if they're all still in order.
Everything, while you're checking out your Dapper, everything is still in place as she kind of buddies up with Nora for a moment. Next! You hear from the counter as the elf is just kind of leaning on it and staring at the three of you guys. And fire, get out of here already! Don't make me call the guards. A little rundown elven child kind of turns.
She's not causing that much of a problem, is she? Maybe
She
she's just trying to get out of the sun.
She just bothers the guests. The sun, she's a sand elf. She's used to it. And we're going to kind of pause on Fire's interactions while Nora is away.
All good.
As you approach her, Salazar. But you. Now, I've certainly not seen anybody that looks like you before.
I am rather unique.
That I have to agree with. What's your name?
Salazar Marshall.
Marshall, huh? It's an awfully human-looking name, sounding name for a kind of human-looking fellow, I guess.
I like the surname that my father earned for both title and status.
That's nice. Good for him. She kind of fake applauds for you. You got your papers.
He kind of ruffles through his bag a little bit and hands them directly to her.
Right. I'll take a look at these and your reason for entering.
I actually don't remember offhand. I know we were trying to help with some of the issues that they were experiencing, but
You guys are here to answer the call for help with the uprisings.
okay, cool. I wasn't
Sorry
sure
about
if that was, if that was we were going to declare as our, intention.
That
I'm here to
part's up
assist.
to you.
So it was Mum's birthday, and she just got the gift I left her. So
Nice.
You're fine.
yeah,
I'm here to assist as best as I can with the recent uprisings that your city has been having to combat.
and I'm with him. Nora shouts over to you.
The kid, as you shout that, the little girl at your leg just kind of looks up at you. So you're adventurers?
Hell yeah, we are.
I always wanted to be an adventurer. Can I give you a hug?
I kinda-
We're just trying to help.
Oh shoot. Yeah, sure. Why not?
We're just goodwill ambassadors.
From Westport. I'll give the little girl a hug, but I'd like to make a perception check and make sure my pockets aren't getting rifled through. Nora, the underdock is a thing where she's from. She's aware of these tricks.
Go for it.
I don't think I'm trained in it. Uh-oh. Come on, Nora. Oh, Nora, damn it.
That is a great hug, and you just see, all you see and feel is the girl hugging you as tight as can be.
I just kind of pat her on the head as I yell, yeah, from Westport.
Thank you. Watch out for the scary drow, and she just bolts it out the door.
Nora looks up at Sal, kind of half smiling, and then her smile just suddenly drops. I think I was just robbed. I quickly check my pockets again.
Well, she probably needed it if she was so bold as to rob you right in front of, all these lovely people.
What am I missing?
If you go into your other possessions and take a look at your inventory,
My papers are here. My necklace is on me.
refresh then. I should have told you to refresh first.
How did you... Oh, wait, that's my spell list. How do you steal a whole sheaf of papers?
It's not. It's like a passport.
I turn and immediately go after her. She nicked my passport!
Well, I don't think she'd get much use of that, although she could probably sell it for a considerable sum.
God damn it! Oh yeah, oh no, I'm going after her.
Okay, so Nora bolted back out the door as Salazar's still dealing with Ilzana up here.
It's fine, I didn't want to hang out with my new party members anyway.
And Morgus, you saw all of that little interaction going on.
Did you say
Mordek.
Mordek?
Yes, Mordix and Mordek. We're gonna have to come up with some names.
Morgan and Morgax. No.
Purple boy.
And Purple Boy, as you're glancing, as you're kind of checking your creature to make sure all your tools and stuff are still there, you kind of notice Nora bolt out the front door as well. But meanwhile, at
So
the
easy.
counter, right? Everything looks like it's in order. Let me go back here to take it into processing, and you look behind. You can kind of peer past her, and you see there's just stacks upon stacks of like passports sitting on the table next to this lady back here. Yeah, we'll get it over into processing to get it looked at and make sure the final bits are all in order. Check back in a few hours.
A few hours.
Yeah, we're a little backed up if you haven't noticed.
Well, the more time I spend here, the less likely it is that I'll be able to assist your people.
Look, man, I don't make the rules, I just follow them. If you'd like to talk to management, I'm sure we can set up an appointment for you.
Morgan approaches and sees that Salazar is in trouble. But first it points out, it seems that your friend there has a little exercise with the coinage of a nascent thief. I'm not sure what it is that she has lost, but it seemed important.
You know what, Nora? She shouted my passport. So
Oh, did she? Oh.
yes.
Yes, she did.
You know what Nora thinks that little girl's sell? Lightning lure. No, I'm kidding.
Well, I'm not paying attention, so go for it.
Cocoon.
So excitable.
But irrespective of that happenstance, perhaps I can expedite the process of entering your city. I am here as an investigation under the purview of Akamai Industries.
And that makes you special?
It sounds like he's special. He just says he's plainly.
Sal's a good boy. Sal's such a good boy. I already love him.
Why, thank you. No, yeah, it is. Akamai Industries is well known for their great artificery inventions and commerce throughout the world, and surely it's Qurumu is a great trade hub. However, a shipment here has recently gotten lost, and I'm here to conduct investigations for it. And any hour that I waste is another hour that I lose significant clues.
The elf kind of leans on the counter, her chin in her palm again, and just glances from you over to Salazar. Back over to you. You got your papers?
Salazar grins a little bit with pointed teeth.
I do, of course, unless they have been robbed, that is. Takes them out and... Actually, let me just check my inventory.
Yeah, yours are there.
Alright. I take them out and they seem actually quite well pressed and neatly folded.
Well, thank you. And do you have information or some kind of paperwork for that thing behind you?
It is my robotic companion. It is no humanoid.
Right, whatever. I'm gonna go add these to the pile. Y'all come check back in a few hours. As she says the few hours, you just hear this like annoyed sigh from over here.
At the same time for Sal.
The
He
gnome
looks
in the
utterly
dragonborn.
defeated.
The gnome over here is just kind of sitting with his hands in his lap, tapping his fingers together, just having a good time, kicking his feet. The dragonborn is just still got his arm around the lizard folk next to him, just talking to him, telling him about these great fights he's had in the arenas and stuff. Yeah, and then I'd won so many fights at one time. I met the great demigod Koromon, and I got to arm wrestle him, and he beat me, of course, because you know he's a demigod. But you know how it goes. It was an honor, really.
Morgix is feigning rapt interest. I really don't care. I just want to get in the city, but I'm acting like everything he says is just awesome. Oh yeah, yeah, that's awesome.
You there, fellow travelers. How often have you heard the phrase from this young lady over here that we must wait a few hours or a few days for it to be entered?
Well, last time we came, we got in rather quick, the gnome pipes up. But it looks like they're a little backed up. I know there's been some issues in the city, but, you know, my buddy here is, you know, Droxer, he's pretty famous here. He'll get us in pretty quick. They put our papers in the special pile.
Then you don't suppose that I shall be able to accompany you, then? I can make it worth your while.
The Dragonborn kind of stops his bantering to the lizard folk and looks over. He studies you for a brief moment, looks over to the robot.
How much do you know of Arcano Pilot's dynamos?
Nerd. And he goes back to talking to the lizard folk.
Sorry,
the Dragonborn say,
I had to get
or the
up.
gnome?
Well, I know quite a bit about them, but, you know, if he says what he says, you know, I don't have any say over the big fella here. I'm just here for... I'm his agent, you know, and, you know, his alchemical expert to make sure his wounds get touched up and he doesn't die in the arena and all that, you know.
And the lizard folk?
Oh, we met him just, like, 10 minutes ago, and Droxel here loves him. Hasn't stopped talking to him.
I pointedly am not looking up. I'm looking right at Droxer.
Is that all it takes, then? Murdoch Val closer to Morgix. You don't suppose we could accompany you, then?
I pulled my rapier a few inches out of the hilt. I was like, and with this thing right here, I once killed 3 guys in 15 seconds. They were attacking our ship. Wham, wham, wham. You know, I'm not drawing the whole thing because I'm indoors, but I'm mimicking sword fight. Completely not paying attention to Mordek.
The purple one's getting close. Watch out. He's got the big old wings. You know, wings slow you down in combat, buddy. You can't properly sprint at somebody if you have your wings out. They catch the wind. Slow you down. You can't swing a great club if the wind's slowing you down.
Wings catching the wind is, I would say, their primary purpose.
Yes, but it doesn't save you from a javelin.
It could if the javelin had limited range. I am not the one who needs to do the sprinting anyways. It's why I have my mechanical companion.
You have other people fight for you. Yeah, he like starts nudging the lizard folk. He's losing it. He's absolutely losing it over this.
Trying to laugh in a convincing manner, but he doesn't normally.
Go ahead and
It's not a person.
roll a performance check for me, Morgix. With advantage, because this guy's like just loves you.
Double 4. Unfortunate. Oh, that's rough, buddy.
Well, the good news
Yeah.
is this guy's kind of an idiot. Let's see, Draxler. Okay. He also got a 4. He's convinced enough. Well, the Night of Fours has begun. With that, the lady at the front's going to kind of speak up. Again, Zilka and Draxler, your passports are ready. You guys can enter the city. Come and get them. Oh, well, excellent. See, I told you we'd be expedited.
Right beside him.
And that,
Mordek slowly following. She
follows behind Martin.
She reaches over under the table, or turns around behind her, gets them from this really effeminate looking elf over here. Here you go, here's some passports. Zana turns around to you guys, hands them over. Thank you too, enjoy your stay as usual. I'm sure your quarters over in the newly refurbished Gladiator District is nice and ready for your jocks, sir. And with that, she turns and walks away from the front desk.
And I call out kind of loudly, excuse me!
Yes.
And I look up at Droxler, like, with force? Yeah. Seems like you forgot. One set.
We found an issue with yours. I'm sure they'll understand. Well, you can catch up to them later. And she just walks off again. Draxler actually turns around, kind of looks at her, looks at you, Morgix. Oh, unfortunate, buddy. You know, sometimes they find things that hold up the process. First time I came here, I waited 3 weeks. And then, you know, once you win in the arena and you're famous, well, he kind of stops and actually pauses to kiss his bicep. They love you. And then he just walks out the door.
I turn over towards Mordek. Yeah. Looks like I won't be helping you get in.
Doesn't seem like you'll be helping yourself get in either.
Salazar, meanwhile, where you sat down next to the drow, she just kind of every now and then glances over at you. She's actually very, very finely dressed. She's wearing these dark black robes with the usual kind of drow spider webbing and stuff along the arms and stuff. But one thing that you may pick up on, and let me check your passive. Oh,
14.
Yeah, you definitely notice that despite all the webbing and typical, you know, Loth drow designs, she actually has a small, like crescent moon with a broadsword going across it, pinned up into the top corner of her shoulder.
I guess history for that? Or... Uh-oh.
With
Nora would know.
With advantage because of your upbringing.
$16.
All right. So, there's been a few visitors over in the house Phelan back in the day. A few of them being drow, who supported and followed the goddess Elistray. And they had similar emblems on some of their gear and attire. Usually their papers and stuff like that to help them pass along through the cities a little more peacefully than drow tend to be able to go along. And the same woman has that similar brooch upon her shoulder.
He notes it. He doesn't really make contact or anything. And she kind of looks at him. He's just kind of sitting there, just looking defeated, shoulders kind of down a little bit, you know, just kind of looking at the ground, just waiting, you know?
Wait, why is he so bummed? What did I miss? I had to get up
You
earlier.
can't get in.
Oh,
He wants to go help people. There's a huge delay.
it's okay. Nora will be here and keep you company eventually.
The elf kind of comes back to the counter and she looks around for a moment and glances over in this direction and then calls out, Bellatar! And you see this peculiar sight. It's an elf, but he stands only as tall as a dwarf. And he kind of makes his way over towards the counter.
A 12th.
He is an elf that seems to be suffering from dwarfism and not like the race dwarf. On his back he has this massive spear that is his same size as him. He's got a shield underneath it. Ah, my papers are ready, I see. Yes, Bellatar, you're free to leave the town. Go hunt you some more dragons. And with that he grabs his papers and heads on out. And meanwhile, while all of this has been going on, out in front of the embassy, Nora, as you burst through the doors several moments prior, you see the girl has taken off over towards one of the guards over here, cowering behind him, and she's
Thief!
pointing in your direction.
Thief girl!
The guard kind of steps between you and her. Can I help you?
Hey, that girl stole my passport. Take it, check the picture. It looks just like me.
Little Flora, did you take this woman's passport? No, she's mean. She's some big-headed adventurer and she's coming in to try to make a name for herself.
You asked if you could hug me, so you hugged me and reached into my pocket. I'm not stupid. I've grown up on the streets. Well, not on the streets. I grew up next to the streets. I've seen kids that do this shit.
She sticks her tongue out. When the guard's not paying attention, she sticks her tongue out.
And now you're sticking your tongue at me when the guard's not looking. I'll give you 5 gold to give me my passport back, kid. I don't want to deal with this.
No.
6 gold.
No.
6.5.
15.
6 3/4.
The guard just he looks between the two. He just walks off. He's like, I'm not dealing with this.
Good. 7. Nora steps forward, crossing her arms.
14.
7.5. And I'll give you a weapon so you can get into all that adventure in yourself, and the next time somebody catches you stealing from them, you can deal with it yourself, kid.
As you say that, she pulls a dagger out from her boot.
Yeah, that ain't shit.
Got a weapon.
Nora pulls a short sword from her bag. How about this? And the
Nice.
gold.
Your papers are worth more than 15 gold to somebody else. She's getting played by a 12-year-old. So, come on.
This
pay
is
up.
an Elrod.
I know.
Is the guard looking?
He's turned his back.
Is the vendor looking?
She's just kind of watching, but like trying not to watch at the same time. It seems like it may be a common occurrence.
Can I roll insight to see how much people might care if I cold clock this child? Do you know how badly I wanted to do that when you had children steal from Elrod?
Yes, go for it.
If this is a common occurrence, does anyone look like they'll care?
The longer the conversation goes on, the less people are looking at the two of you.
Alright, I'm gonna keep her talking a little longer then.
Okay. Come on. They're going to give me 30 gold. I'm just asking for 15. Come on, girls got to eat.
How about I get you 50 later? I'll give you 10 now, and you give me that back so I can get into the city, and I'll give you the first 40 gold I make after that.
You think I'm some kind of greenhorn? You're never going to see me again if that happens.
Do you think I'm some sort of heartless witch? I'm an adventurer by trade, little darling.
Yeah,
Once I
you're all
roll
the
in there,
same.
we'll be rolling the dough. We're all the same. We're all the same. Who's hiring you anyway?
She just holds out her hand like she's asking for money.
Ugh. I give her a silver. Who are you working for?
She kind of turns it over, sticks it in her boot, and then holds her hand back out.
Give her another silver. First and last name.
She's still holding her hand out.
I grab it.
Ah! Guards! She's attacking me!
I'm just giving her a handshake. Are the guards looking, or do they not care? Because I
They-
kept her talking.
The guard did not turn back around. He's off perusing the vendor over here. Probably
You're gonna make me
nonchalantly, but anybody that's
Ugh.
paying attention doesn't seem to be caring too much.
How about I cut you a sweet deal? And I'm kind of like, can I roll athletics to like? It's a child's hand. I'm gonna like squeeze her hand. I got a 16 strength. Nora's
Yeah,
pretty
you're-
buff.
You're fine.
I'm gonna like squeeze her hand. Not like I'm not gonna hurt her, but I'm definitely squeezing her hand to make her realize I've got her. Look, kid. How about I teach you? If I give you some money, you give me the papers back, and I teach you how to never get caught again. And even better, I can teach you what to do when someone does catch you and follow you. Your little shiv ain't gonna do you much good for the next 8 or so years. Can I roll persuasion?
Yes.
Actually, can I make that intimidation instead? Because I'm kind of like leering over her.
Yes, you may.
Fuck, she got her dad's rolls. She's actually trained in social skills, and she still rolls like butts.
She nicks you with her dagger.
Oh,
It's just
You
one
stabbed
point of
me.
damage. No, she did like 7. She's like at your wrist. She's like nicked it.
well, that's assault, sister. I'd like to use trip attack on the child.
Okay.
Unarmed attack.
Yep.
So here's the unarmed attack. I presume she's using like commoner statistics. It's a 20 to hit and 4 bludgeoning, non-lethal damage.
Okay.
And here comes the trip attack for an extra d6 of damage, because martial adept feat. Non-lethal, of course. When you hit a creature with a attack, you can extend one spear sword and attempt to knock attack. She's just prone. Or she makes a strength saving throw.
Alright.
Or is prone.
What's the DC?
I doubt it'd be my... plus proficiency strength. Plus proficiency is a strength saving throw, so math in my head. 13. Because it's not my spellcasting one.
Oh, she falls
Based.
over flat. No issue. Duh! God, she tripped me! The guard immediately comes rushing back.
She stabbed me.
That's enough. That's enough. She stabbed you. She's a kid.
Yeah, she's a kid with my passport.
No?
Yes. Turn out her pockets. Check her bag. If she doesn't have my passport on her person, I'll leave. I know she does.
Alright. Come here, Furia. Gotta go through this crap every week, I swear. He helps her back up, starts, patting her down and stuff. She just kind of holds her arms up. As he kind of starts patting around her back, she lowers her arms. Make me a perception check, please.
Okay. Come on, Nora. Don't roll like your dad. Yes!
Okay. He kind of stands back up. Her pockets are empty outside of the coins in her boot.
And did I not notice anything then?
You did not.
What? She ran up to me, she hugged me. I had my passport before then, and now it's gone.
Well, look, all I can say is you have to take better care of your stuff, ma'am. Now, I ain't gonna arrest you or nothing, because Phil causes problems all the time. She's a real nuisance. I've punched her before myself. But, just a little apology, and I'll let you can go hang out at the inn until you figure out your stuff.
You want me to apologize to her?
Yeah, you punched her. You tripped her.
Did you apologize when you punched her?
Yeah.
Insight check. May I?
Yeah.
Not net 20.
He's telling the truth. There's nothing discernible that he would be lying.
Nora squints at her. So what you're telling me? You're gonna make me name drop. She just looks at the guard. You're gonna tell me the eldest daughter of Elrod Phelan, the hero's papers have just been stolen and are going off to whoever she's going to sell them to for 30 gold by her own admission, and you're gonna make me apologize to her.
You asked me to pat her down. The papers were gone. If she took them, I don't know where they're at, ma'am. Be happy to conduct an investigation for you, but it may take us a couple days.
I'd be very happy to hear that be taken seriously.
Excellent. Meanwhile, you can file for a temporary entrance with the ambassadors within the embassy. Just schedule an appointment. I'm sure.
Cool.
If you mention that Phil has been a nuisance, they'll probably figure something out.
All right, I appreciate that. Mr. Guard, do you have any idea who might be interested in the passports of heroes? Who's going to try to pass themselves off at me? You got any running cases on people using false identities to get into the city or something?
Ma'am, there's like 15 carts lined up right here just next to us. I got enough on my mind. I haven't heard anything.
That's all I needed to hear.
Fleur sticks her tongue out again and takes off. Look, I'll be happy to take you back to the embassy and explain what's happened and see if I can't work something out for you.
I would appreciate that. Her tone immediately changes. I would appreciate that immensely.
Alright, back to the embassy then.
Nora, and as soon as the guard isn't looking her in the face, she's just fuming.
Alright, you guys see Nora reappear.
Well, somebody's...
With
sorry.
a guard in tow. As you guys have been kind of lounging around waiting. You know, everything that you guys did happened during this time. But Nora eventually reemerges. guard at her side, and the guard promptly steps up to the counter. Ma'am, if you'll follow me, please. Ilzanovic got another one claiming that some kid took her papers again. Oh yeah, the child was in here earlier. I'm sure she got the blame again. I'll see what I can do. Eric's in charge of temporary passports this week, so I'll go set up an appointment with him. He's actually pretty open. What's your name, ma'am?
Nora Phelan, madam.
Nora Phelan. Why does that name sound familiar?
You might know Elrod, guy who saved the world. She actually looks kind of annoyed when she says that. Not at the woman, just at the fact that she has to say it.
Oh, right.
Yeah, he's a pansy.
She just kind of pauses. The guy who saved the world is a pansy.
She nods. You don't know him like I do. She just chuckles.
You just sound like a disrespectful little, and she gets cut off as the other elf friends up here, and just like slaps a hand over her mouth. We'll get an appointment set with Eric here very shortly. Just please take a seat.
She shoots in finger guns. You're the best, my guy. Oh, I won't leave until the guard says he's good.
You're good. I'm gonna go have a discussion with them, and he actually goes off through this door over here, and you see the other one back here just kind of exit through a door that I don't have marked.
That's good. That's good. She's gonna kind of trot off.
They don't
Hey,
talk too
Sal.
long, and then you see the guard
never mind.
leave.
She
The other
looks
one goes
just
back-
about to step. Oh,
Yeah.
does the guy come back forward, or does he just go back to his table?
He goes back to his table.
Okay, Nora steps off and goes to Sal. Hey, Sal!
He looks all kinds of defeated.
Well, you look like someone shit in your bran flakes. What's going on, buddy?
It's going to be hours, Nora. People could get hurt in that time.
Hey. She actually looks a little serious. If an hour would have made the difference, we wouldn't have gotten there in time. Don't beat yourself up over that shit, dude. Dude. Oops. She'll sit. Yeah, the beggar girl nicked my papers. That's what that was all about. They said they're gonna get me in touch with the guy who can give us temp passports.
Wasn't that the same thing my father used to do to you?
What?
He would steal keys off of you and then laugh when you couldn't get inside.
Yeah, and then I wish I thought to start breaking his windows sooner.
Quite an ostentatious display there.
I had to repair them.
Oh! Well, thank you, Mr. What was your name again? Tiefling dude? You never actually gave her your name. Oh, right, you did introduce yourself. I'm sorry, that was in the chat.
In the airship.
Mordek, right. Sorry, I'm bad with names. I'm better with faces. You want to know
Well, I
something?
don't suppose you've seen many faces like mine.
She kind of holds up her hand and waves it in a so-so gesture. You would be surprised the people that come knocking at my doorstep.
I will give you the benefit of the doubt. Your friend Salazar is far more unique in that matter.
Mm-hmm. Sal, you wouldn't believe it. The cutest thing happened while I was up there at the desk.
What happened?
I called my dad a pansy, and she's saying this lower. She just doesn't really have an inside voice. I called my dad a pansy, and the elf work on the table got upset.
Uncle Elrod isn't a pansy.
Oh, yeah, he is. Have you seen him try to talk to Mom?
Have you seen him manage a spell?
Yeah. And even then, he had to use books like a nerd. She snaps her fingers and lightning's going in between. Like little jumps of static are going between them.
Oh, so Nora Phelan, that is Phelan as in Elrod Phelan.
Yeah.
Now I see. Oh, this explains quite a lot.
Mhm.
And even you couldn't gain passage into the city.
Well, I might have if they didn't steal my papers. I gotta prove who I am. But you know what? I kind of hope the papers are generic. That way I don't gotta deal with people being like, "Oh, you're dead."
Regardless, you should really be more respectful to your father. He's a great man and he did a lot of wonderful things for a lot of people.
Can I see the cut on her wrist with a passive perception of 19?
Oh, easily. She's not hiding it at all. She wears her scars like they're stickers on a backpack.
And even at that, it's just trickling blood slowly. It's not a very. It's literally just like the tip of the dagger pressed into the skin.
She doesn't care. Punch the child. Let's go. Sorry, I just saw Cameron's comments in chat.
As you guys are conversing, you're actually going to hear some bells that echo outside. They're going to echo about 4 times. Bing, 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 bing. Yep, that's it. Man, we'll have a meeting scheduled for you first thing in the morning, but we're closing. Everybody out.
All right.
Wait, what?
Everybody out.
You can't even finish your own work before he takes a deep breath and kind of centers himself. That's fine. I'll discuss it with you in the morning. Thank you for your service. And he's going to stand up and start walking out.
You're so even-tempered, Sal.
Everybody out. The drow looks no annoyed at all. She actually steps up to the counter like, I've been waiting here 4 days to get into your city. I am an ambassador from the Underdark for Lady Illiston. She has sent me here on an urgent request to discuss diplomatic matters for issues going on within our city, and you have had me waiting here for 4 days. The king is expecting me.
Your approach to triage is rather pathetic.
Hey, did you say you know the Ellistrate guys? Ladies? She would have said ladies.
Oh, she said for Lady Illiston.
Oh, Illisted. Okay, I misheard you.
But she is, you can, and it's not a hard check. You would have seen the little moon with the broadsword across it.
Nora will wait till she stops talking then.
Look,
Or until the exchange ends.
I understand your frustration. And frankly, I don't care. I don't get to decide when you go in. Bye. The elf just walks away. The sand elf just walks away from the counter. If I were a Loth follower, you'd be dead! And she just storms out. If you're gonna stop her, now's your chance.
Hey, real quick. Silly question.
Yes?
You don't happen to know Zelzira, do you?
There's a pause, and she... It's almost like habitual. She, like, glances around for a moment. Yeah? Why?
How's she doing these days? Haven't seen her around in a while. She, knows my dad.
Well, last I heard, she was, being checked through the Underdark. So, you know.
The usual. Got it.
Yeah.
Well, glad to see you guys got enough pull to have ambassadors heading out. That's a good sign. Glad to hear it. Dad says y'all fighting the good fight. I like that.
Yes, well, the lady of the house is, she has quite a bit of pull down in Morthalas. And that's all she says before just turning and leaving.
Gotcha. See you around. Drow are so easy to talk to. They want the conversation to end as quickly as possible. She says as the door closes behind her. Alright.
I've never had the pleasure myself.
Astute observation, Nora.
You'd be surprised how many crashed on my couch when I was a kid. Anyway, you guys want to grab a drink?
Do you all have a place to stay?
Nah, we gotta go bar crawling. You want in, Lizard Man?
I look back at the gate there where everybody is. It's like, I guess so.
Tag along. Nora didn't hesitate to invite you. I should recognize. She said Lizard Man, but there was total lack of like the edge to it that some of the people earlier were saying. She's just like, cool, more adventure people. I just want to make sure that didn't come off as malicious.
Okay.
We are all in the same pernicious situation. Perhaps with enough of us, we'll be able to incite a riot. Not that they have any shortage of those.
I don't think that's the most efficient way to do things, but what do I know about efficiency?
I had thought of that. It probably would.
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
I was like, I hadn't thought about that. It probably wouldn't get us.
If you looked into it more, he said it sort of sarcastically, but
oh,
you can take that as a.
Nora
You
just
can also
took
take
it.
that as a yeah.
Nora just
as a
took it at face
suggestion.
value.
as the mortgage.
The moment you guys step out the door, despite everybody kind of being in towards the back of the room, you hear the lock click behind you.
Magic door. Nice.
Looking around the caravan line seems to have not moved at all. You still see like people of varying races, halflings, dragonborn, half elves, and such, just like sleeping on their carts. They've built small little tents and stuff as the evening sun is coming up, and you see a bunch of them starting to grab blankets and the like. For a lot of them, this is their livelihood that they're guarding. And they seem very content to just sleep with their stuff instead of going to get rooms at the tavern. Which, by the way, is just to the northwest with a large brown sign hanging from the archway over there. It's just a brown wooden sign, and it's got a salmon coming out of like a sand dune, labeled the Sandy Salmon.
Salmon? Or salmon?
Salmon, however you want to say it.
Okay, just checking.
Salmon.
Listen here, you northeasterners.
Salmon. I parked the car in Harvard Yard.
With that, there is not much else to really do within the confines of this caravan district, so we're just going to jump over to the tavern.
Sure. Gee, Morgix? No, Morgdeck. Hey, Mordek, ain't you glad you didn't come with the whole ambassadry cart? You'd be stuck in that line.
I can at least see how the trade shipment would get delayed.
Hmm.
The bureaucracy here is untenable to expedient business.
It's very long and very gross. And I don't like it either.
I feel like they should hire more people.
I have the feeling the bottom dollar is more important to them than, dealing with the people coming in and out. That kind of pisses me off.
You see all those caravans outside? Every moment that they are not conducting business within the borders of the city is profit that is lost for both the city and them.
Mm-hmm.
Far more that I assume hiring more ambassadors would take.
You'd think they'd want them in there, especially if the city's in the middle of issues. She holds up her hand and makes quotations with her fingers.
This is why I despise bureaucracy.
Way too annoying, way too long and boring.
So, you guys approach the tavern, making your ways up to the front doors. There's 2 sets of doors that allow you entry, a guard sitting on either side. They both look rather bored and run down. The one on the left kind of has his helmet off, just sitting on the ground. He's got long, wavy gray hair, green eyes. His ears are tattered and torn from various fights. The other one, he's missing an eye. The one on this one over here. Besides that, he just looks younger, less intrigued. And before we jump into the tavern, we are actually going to take our break. So we're going to take 5. And we'll be back shortly, guys.
Time to chug vodka.
Hey, Potts and Green Man, thanks for the follow, guys. Just wanted to give a quick shout out here during the intermission. Welcome back. That wasn't too long a break. Just have to time it around the kiddo going to sleep. Anyways, you guys, we're approaching the tavern bar. And with that, I'm going to stop the music here.
We need lively Hearthstone music.
You guys step inside. This is to y'all. You enter into the tavern. Give me 1 second.
What does it smell like in here? Musty, dry,
It's
nasty?
dry. It's desert stone, stone floors, everything like that. The patronage is kind of scattered about, mostly sand elves, despite this being the caravan district that's primarily still populated by its own people. Off in the far corner, you see what seems to be a small trio of people who definitely are not sand elves. You see a pink tiefling, a dwarven man with a very elegant, drawn-out mustache that actually is bent and curled down to represent a beard as well, and braided, and then a rusty, sandy-looking dragonborn. They all seem to be fiddling with various instruments and the like up on the stage.
Ah, my nose hurts. It's very dry.
Besides
Did
that,
you get a
the
move or something?
commotion
I like it.
within the tavern is rather quiet and hushed. The people that are talking are not talking very loudly. And it's just kind of here. It's not the best looking tavern, but it's not the worst. It gets enough
It could
business,
be worse.
especially right now.
So, I, being new to the group, look at the other three and say, "Grab a table. I'll get the first round."
Well, all right. You're my new best friend,
Generous sword, isn't he?
isn't he?
So, does
We have
it
little,
look like
we have
the
little
server?
taste of the judge's character so far. I shall be wary of him.
Hey, generosity isn't something that can be taught.
What was that?
Sal, where do you want to
Morgus?
sit? You pick, buddy. Oh, were you saying something, Marcus? I'm sorry.
I was just saying, does it look like there's a like servers walking around, or would I have to approach the bar?
There seems to be one young human girl running around. She's kind of got this familiar, similar headdress and such as that the merchants had, although a little more nicer. She seems to be kind of scurrying from table to table. At the back there is a single darker skinned half elf with a not really noticeable scar tattoo at the moment.
Do you have any interest in watching the bard?
She shrugs at you. Only if you do.
Not particularly. I'd rather get a corner booth away from eyes.
Ha! Then pick one. We'll find you the darkest corner to hide in, Sal. Just right next to you.
I step forward a little
If you do
bit
not mind my
to get-
eyes, I shall join you.
to get her attention and wave her over towards us.
Yeah, sit, Mordek. Go for it.
The woman comes scurrying over, and as you guys start sitting under the table, she was already headed that way as it is. Oh, hi. Hi. My name's Adelia. I'll be your, the patron bar. Let's see. What's the classy word they use in more rundown places? I'll be your bar wench tonight.
Bar wench. Yeah, that's real classy. Nora raises an eyebrow.
It was sarcasm.
Your
I knew
accolade is
that.
most
I
intriguing.
knew that. I'm gonna roll deception. And act like I knew it was a joke and I was just rolling with it. Hey, that's pretty good. Oh, I knew that. Come on. It was a joke.
You're
Now
full of
I roll.
jokes.
Yeah, my mood's great after I had my identity stolen.
The barmaid, quite used to social encounters, just kind of stares at you briefly. Anyways, what can I get you guys? Tonight's menu consists of the following. We have buckwheat biscuits and curd cheese with a mug of beer for 5 copper pieces. Stewed carrot with a mug of beer for 4 copper pieces. Pottage with a mug of bitter beer. Roasted vulture and dried parsnip with a tankard of stout. Roasted beetroot with a mug of mead. Pottage, mug of perry. Pottage with a mug of bitter. Rye porridge with a mug of bitter beer. Or you can just order the beer.
I've never had vulture before. That sounds kind of dangerous, though. What do you got for liquor?
Are you sure that's wise after the last time?
I need to de-stress, Sal. She looks back to the waitress.
Oh, we just have beers and stouts here. Unfortunately, no hard liquor at this tavern. You get to go to the good ones.
Well, that's all right. What's the strongest beer you have?
You want beer or stout? She doesn't give you, or bitter beer. I mean, look, lady, you're in the waiting area inn. We're named after a fish, for crying out loud.
Hey, I didn't come here looking for fine dining. I'm just looking for a drink.
Well,
Bring
that's
me a
right.
big-
How was the fish? Sorry, he kind of talks over.
No, that's okay. Nora's just like, that usually means she needs to stop talking.
We're out of fish today.
Oh, do
We
you have
don't
any
get-
teas?
Yes, I have a tea for you. Green, herbal, black, rose. Oh, the red desert lily.
Ooh, is that local?
Yes.
He actually looks excited. The cloud might have gone away.
All right. So
I
this
would
one-
love to sample some.
Happy clown.
one desert lily tea, a pint of whatever alcohol I can find. What about you other two?
Do you have any meals that do not involve alcoholics? Do not consume nor imbibe that which impairs the mind.
Bitch.
Norris does do that.
If only you could ask for water or something. Alright. What would you like to eat? I'll get you a water.
A dish.
She's so
That,
not
that,
all
that would be
wrong.
most. That would be most welcome. A dish of poultry and legumes, if you would.
I'm sorry, what?
Chicken and beans. Said you had vulture, correct?
Vulture and parsnip.
That would be to my liking.
Right, and for you, green guy?
I'll take meat, whatever meat you have. Just the vulture, and then the vultures.
Meat and more meat. Got it. You want anything to drink?
Yeah, one of each of your beers. The bitter and the regular.
Right.
My
sounds good.
man.
Do you want your vulture cooked?
No. Have it.
Excellent. I'll make note of that. And she scurries off. By the way, you all look like good, hearty adventuring types. If there's anything you need help with or would like to know, just give a shout. I kind of get to hear a lot of things. And she runs off.
Appreciated.
Appreciate your kindness.
So
My
what'd you
bar
guys-
wench, he says kind of awkwardly.
She just kind of waves
Mordecai
back to
chortles
you.
at the
Hey, calling people wench isn't very nice, Sal. She says the shit-eating grin.
adventurers.
I thought that was her job's title.
It's not.
That's what she announced herself as.
It's a derogatory term she was forced to use.
He looks completely lost.
Oh, I'm just fucking with you, Sal. Come on.
I would say it would be a more evocative appellage for her.
So,
But
as you
whatever
guys
suits her
kinda-
business.
as you guys kinda
Evocative? She ain't a wizard. I don't think she's a wizard. She doesn't look like a wizard.
That was terrible.
Hey, she's still her dad's kid.
I know. As,
I have
as you,
to.
I don't know
As
if I
you
need
guys-
to do insight on that, but
as you
Go
guys
for
kind
it.
of settle down and glance around while you make that roll. You glance around the bar, and what you kind of pick up on, just a quick glance, is you have a human woman over here dressed in dark clothing. You have a pair over here. One is a male elf who seems to be flirting away at the half-elf sitting across from him. You have over here a pair of more sophisticated-looking people. A woman with a notable red scarf around her neck, multiple piercings through her long, elongated ears, and large gauges in the base of them. Sitting across from her is a kind of gangly, older-looking elf with a sunken face, and sitting on his shoulder is a vulture, a living vulture. Another pair of sandals sit over here with a set of spears leaning against the wall off to the side here. And then you see the barmaid and a familiar drow up at the top. As the barmaid, everybody is running about, kind of getting everything together. There's a few strums of instruments over towards the top right, and the bard group begins a song. Which you guys are welcome to RP over.
Reminds
Well,
me.
at least
Oh.
you know what the school evocation is.
Of course I do. My dad was a wizard, so was my mom.
I suppose that doesn't flow in the blood then.
What do you mean?
No matter.
Magic flows in the blood. She wiggles her fingers again and makes static appear. Mom and Dad don't even know how it happened, but apparently they're just so goddamn magic, I got magic. Ain't that wacky? Of course, I still had to learn how to use it, but I prefer hitting things.
Is that so? I would have never guessed from Demeter. Nope.
Charmer.
At the very least, you have quite a magnanimous friend with you.
Oh, yep, so he's the best boy, ain't he? She elbows you so.
Get poked in the ribs. Ugh.
I believe his clement disposition will be your salvation.
I'll take that as a compliment.
Nora here does tend to find herself on the receiving end of a lot of situations.
As you guys are chatting, Adelia is going to come scurrying back with a tray. She tosses down not just pints, but full-on pitchers of beer onto the table. 3 of them. 2 she slides over towards Morgix. The other one she slides towards Nora. You all look like you've had a rough morning, or evening. What time of day is it by now? She kind of peers out one of the windows. Oh, yeah, afternoon. Sorry, it's been a long day.
Well, if
And
I didn't
then-
know better, I'd think you were buttering me up. And she accepts it gratefully.
Mordek takes
charge you
out
for the
the-
picture, but if you're going to keep up those compliments, I might just have to. With that, she grabs the cup of tea and slides it across to Salazar. got a
Mordek takes
faint
out a
aroma.
clockwork contraption from his pocket. It is approximately 7:42. Always
That's
helps to be
impressive.
most precise in the time
That's
of day.
impressive because the 4 o'clock bells just went off.
It's been a while. No, I
Nora
need to
just seemed. Nora just believed you.
it requires recalibration every now and then.
She slides
We've
over
been
tea
at the airship for so long.
towards Salazar. It's got a faint aroma somewhere between, like lilies, like if you've ever smelled actual lilies, with a hint of sand to it. But it tastes really good. And then finally she sets down just a small cup of water next to Mordek and slides across a plate full of just bleeding raw meat towards Morgix. The rest of the food will be ready shortly. Enjoy your meals.
Thanks.
Is that
Nora,
safe
if
for
you have too
consumption?
much of that, it'll rot your mind. Here, and he starts setting up a chess set. Come on, we gotta keep you sharp.
I look him in the eyes and I take a big, deep gulps. I can beat you drinking 3 of these. Let's go. Do you want? Do you? Am I proficient in dragon chess? Let me check.
I don't think either of us are. It's gonna be hilarious.
Is your? I'm fairly certain your int is probably better than mine.
So, the
I thought you were an
bard's...
int-based character.
She is not.
I'm not proficient in dragon chess.
Oh God.
I'm just rolling with my int mod then. So, while we're playing here, Mr. Buyer of Drinks, what's your name? I look over at
Morgix.
Morgix.
Morgix, my name.
Yeah,
And,
pleasure
and
to
you are?
Nora. Pleasure to meet you.
And you, thank you.
She moves the pawn forward, smiles, and then looks back at the game.
Both of
Would you like it?
Yes, both of you make int checks for me. If you're proficient with it, you can add your proficiency to it.
Nora's strategy, as always, is too direct and a little too reckless. Her pawns are used as fodder, and her rooks immediately charge out, probably dying.
I'm more
The middle
impressed
of
that you didn't start with your knights.
Hey, she remembered from last time. She got to keep those.
In the middle of the game, Mordek suggests, as he's watching keenly, if you truly wish to make this a test of intellect, perhaps you could make use of a timing contraption. You can pull out the same clock, but repurposed a bit so that it's used like I forgot what it's called, like those chess timers.
I don't think well when I have a time limit.
Salazar, give me an intellect check as well, please.
No worries. And as far as style, he is trying to be methodical. If anything, he's playing too slowly. He's trying to basically form a line of his pawns and position everything to kind of hinder what your aggressive tactics are doing.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Ooh.
working
13.
so far. It's working.
Ugh.
The game is going in Salazar's favor to start.
Stupid rooks. She picks up the little, like, animated rook magical piece. You're useless! Puts it down. So, we're all stuck here a bit. She just slides another pawn forward. Why don't you two tell me a bit about yourselves? Where'd you come from? I'm sure you've overheard plenty about me shouting.
I only know about your
Mordek
lineage.
Like I
But
said,
it's what you
Mordek
seem
is just trying
to.
to-
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I'm just anytime
Go
it
ahead,
looks like people aren't looking, I try to eat a couple of bites real quick because I know people kind of get grossed out.
Nora doesn't
So-
seem to mind.
Morgan
Morgan
says,
tries to look away.
yeah, exactly. So, just kind of slurping when he can and trying to be quick about it.
Fair enough.
So, what were you saying, Mordek?
Perhaps I could offer a guess. Would I say that you were involved in the profession of piracy? You sure look the part.
Yeah. I was a sailor.
Privateer, I hope.
Well, I
Their
was a
intentions
sailor.
are most similar. Most of them are.
I was a sailor.
What was the
You know
name of
what?
the ship you served on?
I'm not gonna pry.
Well,
Sal actually takes an interest in any sort of Navy-based comments you're going to make.
How are
Okay.
you not my dad's kid?
yeah. Well, Morgan kind of looks down a little bit. I was on a ship that became known as the Lonely Widow, but it went down.
Ah,
Fortunate to hear. Hopefully there were no casualties.
that's too bad. While Sal is looking away, Nora tries to cheat at the game, and Sal's pawn bites him. Bites her.
Adeli eventually returns with some more food for you guys while the bards sing another song. And here's everybody's meals. Are you guys going to be needing rooms for the night?
Probably.
We
What's
will.
the rate?
Well, it depends on which room you would like to get. We currently have 6 rooms available. I'm sorry, 6. We have 4 of the common rooms available. We have the noble suite, and then we have what's called the cheaper. The cheaper is only going to cost you 50 silver for the night. The common rooms are going to run 2 gold. I know, I'm sorry, the prices are a little steep. They're based on before we had the massive backup, and unfortunately they're not willing to change the prices right now, and the noble suite is 10 gold.
Yikes. Hey Sal, you want to go halvesies on a room? She kind of leans in and whispers.
Sure. With he kind of looks over at the wench. How many beds?
Well, 1. The only one, the noble suite has a bed big enough for 2, all the others have a single bed.
You can have the bed, Sal.
That's fine. I'll sleep on the floor, Nora.
I don't suppose I can expect many further amenities from the cheaper room.
No, you slept on the floor last time. I'll sleep on the floor this time. She's not letting this go.
I don't complain about the floor as much as you do, though.
I don't complain about the floor until I wake up with a sore back. You'll be able to sleep fine.
And that is the fight that I'm avoiding for tomorrow. Sometimes it's about winning the fight that doesn't happen, Nora.
Well, sometimes it's about preventing my friends from suffering. I'm sorry.
How about whoever wins your little game of chess gets to sleep in the bed? She picked up on y'all's
Hey!
whispering with no issue.
Hey, she knows what she's talking about. Nora doesn't even question it.
Quite bright. I approve.
Alright. I won't, and I promise, if I lose fair and square, I won't complain.
With that, both of y'all give me 2 more intellect checks for your chess game.
Sure.
1 each, I mean, rather.
I'll just roll the button once and then whatever the doubles are. Uh-oh. Things are not looking good for the home team. An 8 and a 4.
She sacrifices her rooks, and then, using a trick you actually taught her, she moves her bishops in to bait out an attack. Then, using the knights she had been so diligently neglecting to move in. Is this the end of the game, or is this mid-game, DM?
Mid-game.
To put you into some risk.
You know me, I
You
like
need to
my-
make your next moves carefully, dear
Yes.
Cell.
Yikes. Yes, sacrifices queen in order to gain better footing.
Yeah, 14 versus 8. So a few more conversations that Ellie is going to take note. So that's what, a room for each of you two as well? She looks at Morgix and Mordek.
What further accommodations do the cheap room hold?
A bed.
Not many then. well, suitable enough. I didn't come here to waste all of my resources and before even getting into the city.
Alright, I'll
I'll
put you
take
down
that
for the
room.
cheap bed. That leaves the common beds and the noble suite for everybody else. What would y'all like?
What was the least expensive bed you had left?
Well, he just claimed it.
Yeah, but after that,
2 gold, but I'll see what I can do about getting that price down for you.
I'd appreciate it.
I forgot to stop the loop on the song. Whoops. The bard sang a song and a half there of the same exact words. Guess they're a little drunk as well. Alright, and for you two, are you going to go halvesies on the noble suite and both have some room to sleep, or are you going to keep playing your little game?
We're gonna keep playing our little game. Sally, why don't you get the cheap room?
Right, I'll go see what I can do about prices.
Wait.
I thought we were splitting one of the 2 gold ones.
Oh, medium room. Yeah, that's fine. Medium room, please. She calls out to the lady.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I thought we were splitting that, and we were, I guess, playing for the bed,
Yes.
which sounds worse if we weren't essentially like cousins.
It's funny because my aunt still thinks. Never mind. You remember what Auntie Cornelia said?
She's gonna pause. You're gonna notice that the barmaid kind of pauses at this table here, and because the two patrons are getting a little more rowdy. This one actually kind of standing up, leaning over the counter, or not the counter, the table towards the other one. Her voice raised just slightly, and that's why he's got to go. Things are getting worse out here on the outskirts of the city. If things don't turn around soon, no matter how generous this King Wallace claims to be, it's never going to get better for those of us who aren't within the inner circles.
Hey, Sal. Hey, Sal. They're talking shit about Wallace.
Didn't your father always refer to him as like a charlatan and a huckster?
Yeah, but he was a good guy. She moves her last pawn forward.
Yeah, go ahead and make those final rolls.
From what it
Yikes.
sounded like, they thought he died for the group. I guess he didn't. I hope I. Oh my god!
Whoa.
In a dazzling display of wit, for once, all of Nora's Sal, as you're overthinking the game, you suddenly realize Nora's pieces form a pattern, and the queen that she had been so carefully guarding immediately rushes forward, and you find your king in checkmate. If he were to move north, he would be killed by a knight. If he were to move south, he would be killed by the queen. If he remains still, the queen destroys him, and even if he took the queen, her bishop would take your king.
Huh.
Hey!
Nora, I'm so proud of you. That was such a great play.
Ah, you're way too nice to me, Sal. Alright, you get... Wait, this means I get the bed. She smashes her fist on the table. Damn it!
Completely unintentional, I assure you.
Oh, you better mean that. Good game.
Excellent play.
She almost looks more upset that she won.
I know the people in the outskirts of the city are distraught right now, but they're working on it, alright? Keep your people in line, don't cause any trouble, and things will turn around. The more trouble y'all cause, the worse it's gonna get. The king's not even aware of everything going on. He's got other things to worry about. The older gentleman across the table can be heard just barely with his raspy little voice. Of the two, he looks a little more gaunt, and the vulture doesn't really help his appearance at all. He actually gives a little squawk as he sits back down. Please,
What
both of
table
you,
is
just...
this?
Yeah, the one that Adelia is standing at. This one here.
Okay.
Please, just both of you, calm down. We can't have the two of you spatting again every night when we have new people here. I'll refill your drinks. Just keep calm and yeah, have some fun. And she runs off.
I wouldn't call myself a monarchist, but they seem rather upset.
You want to try to get some more information? It might be pertinent.
I'm pretty good at talking.
Well, here, why don't you let me disguise your face a little bit so that none of this comes back on you?
Sure, go for it. She kind of leans forward and makes a funny face as you do it.
Oh, that's self. Damn it, I can't do that. Minor illusion's what I meant.
Okay.
Do you have minor illusion?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Do you want to flavor it, or do you want me to do it?
You can do it.
You give Nora more freckles. You kind of dim her hair a little bit so it looks more orangey and less bright crimson red. And it shortens a bit. Nice.
That's a bit of a stretch for illusion, but I'll allow it.
Oh, can it not shorten it?
It
Oh, no,
literally creates an image of an object, but for the purposes of this, I'll allow it. No big
Okay,
deal.
cool.
Yeah, I was talking like minor little adjustments to the face. Like, like making the face look more average, more generic, just
Right.
less sharp features.
Less 16 charisma.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, really, it's more for making sounds or making like illusionary objects. But I can say he kind of is able to use it to like change the color of her eyes and
Maybe
gives her, like,
scars.
a fake face, illusion face over her normal one. I'd say
Yeah,
that's fine. We can go
Wicked.
with that.
Strukins. Sorry, he's commenting in Twitch chat. And while she steps away, I'm going to step away real quick if you do want to talk.
Yeah, go ahead, you three. The other three.
Well, Mordek is kneeling over next to Dapper. He opens a pouch near one of his hind legs, takes out a flask of roiling black liquid, and slowly drips it over each of the gears situated on the shoulders on each of its limbs. It's oil.
Morgix is fascinated, but doesn't really say anything. He turns towards Salazar and asks, "What are you doing? You seem to have a purpose in the city."
Oh, I'm here to assist with some of the oh god, what the hell is wording on it? The uprising that's going on?
Yes.
Oh.
Trying to assist some
Could
of the
you-
locals with the damage that's been done and maybe add some stability to their lives.
Could you use a hand doing that?
Oh, happy to have anybody who's willing to help.
Yeah, I'm just kind of looking for a job right now.
I can't promise any money. This is more of goodwill. We're from the north. We're trying to assist and do what we can for the situation.
I suppose we haven't really finished introductions. They are here for charity, as do those heroes work, but I'm here more as a representative of Akamai Industries to help deal with the repercussions of the instability caused by the city. I don't intend to stay here long. I only seek to resolve the case of a delayed shipment. If you do seek employment, then I'm sure we can find some arrangement. If you help me, if you help me locate the missing shipment and find where it is, I could hook you up with business in my own corporation.
I would appreciate that.
Trading companies do a lot of shipping. So it's good to me. Sorry.
So,
Yeah.
as Nora kind of segues her way over to the other table, off in the other distance, you kind of hear this, "Get off me, you creep!" And the half elf up here shoves the other elf to the floor.
That gets her attention immediately.
And Delia's already scurrying over there.
Does it look like it's handled?
Ashton, you've got to leave her alone, please. Just go home.
13 to see.
he just kind of pops back up, and you guys can all see this. He just very suave, just fixes his hair. She'll cave one day, don't worry. What about you, dear Adelia? She's already a half-babe, but we could make some. And the primate just beats him across the face with her little carrying tray.
You hear Nora gag.
Just slap right across the face. He stumbles away. Right. Forgot. You got the thing. Just kidding. Yeah. He kind of, you see him like wiggle a tooth on the way out the door as he just exits. He didn't even pay attention to the other one here, who now seems to just be playing a little game of cards on her table. And the bards start ramping up one more song. Is
that was
being
awkward.
stared at by the other two at the table.
Hello, gentlemen. Sorry about that. I can't help but overhear you seem to be in a rather heated debate over how to approach certain issues. I represent a traveling group that's looking for some work. Is there anything I can do to offer you some help?
Traveling group? We ain't need no help from a circus.
Not that kind of traveling group adventurers, my dear friends.
I know what you meant. You got the look of an adventure around you. Look,
Well, thank you.
this is a matter of royal issues. I'm just trying to deal with some of the riffraff out here causing more problems than they are helping. And he stares very pointedly at the woman across the table from him.
That's fair.
If the gods and the others would quit bribing and taking people's money and forcing people not to, and holding up the caravans, the people here would be happy because they'd be making money.
So you don't like that the bureaucracy of it all is keeping everything slow, then? I mean, of course no one does, but it seems to be quite an issue for you.
It's been like this for 20 years.
20? Goodness.
It's just getting worse and worse. Ever
Interesting.
since that false king took hold.
A false king? From what I had heard... Oh, shoot. Can I roll history to try to remember anything about Qurumu before Wallace took over? Maybe she was told the story once or twice?
Sure.
Ba-ba-ba.
That's an intellect check.
That's a 4.
Nora
She-
didn't pay
she goes-
attention.
She goes, from what I recall, and then she draws a blank. She pauses and scratches her chin. Oh, goodness. I don't recall much. Lots of words don't really reach the north where I come from on the king. What do you mean he's false?
A halfling is running a city of elves. What else could be false about it? Taya doesn't give such powers and likes to people like him.
Goodness. Why, that's...
Now, he was brought in by the goddess himself, divinely placed upon the seat as he slayed the previous sorcerer king. He is very much our king as anybody else is, even if people here don't agree with it. Besides, the city's gotten better. The slaves are free. Yes, free to live in the slums.
He slayed the previous king?
Better
Goodness.
than being beaten, isn't it?
Well, at least his power is not in question.
It was better to fight in the arena and die than it is to live in the slums, homeless and lacking food. And just like all the other nobles and assholes up there in the royal district. You
Nobles
can't see
do
farther
cause
than
trouble.
your nose.
Mm.
Now, things aren't perfect, I understand, but claiming he's a false prophet is not helping the narrative that he's trying to help everyone. If he's trying to help everyone, the slums wouldn't have grown twice the size in the last 20 years. Look, they both kind of pause and look at Oregon. You're still here.
Oh. Apologies, I thought you were getting to something. Well, if you don't need help, then I shan't waste any more of your time. Thank you, gentlemen, for your time.
Gentlemen, and the other one kind of looks at you very,
You didn't say one was a woman.
yes, I did.
Well, then I missed it. She wouldn't have fucked up. I did. I'm sorry. Well, then I appreciate your time, ladies and gentlemen, and I shall leave you to be. She'll stand up and give like a polite quarter bow and step on away. Do they like fall? Do they like watch her leave, or do they not seem to care as soon as she's out of their sight?
They watch her for a moment.
Discover anything?
Nora doesn't answer you until she sees them look away. Actually, no, she does. Are they still looking at me while I sit?
No, they've come back to their
Okay.
rather heated conversation.
She says audibly, "No work, not interested. Sounds like an internal affair, family or something." And then she leans forward and actually divulges what she learned. Sounds like some sort of uprisings in the works. They don't seem happy with the current state of affairs. Wallace liberated the slaves, but their situation still seems rather glum. Of course, we'll need to see it for ourselves before we can really do much about it.
Still
But-
something worth investigating.
Exactly. Don't think it's something we can tackle at the moment, but we should keep ears out. They seem to have a problem with that woman over there. Was it this woman that they referenced, Mist?
No, they weren't referencing anybody.
Oh, I thought they said like her over there.
No.
Arguing with each other, I think.
Yeah, they're arguing with each other.
Oh. Okay, I misunderstood that. No, they seem to be at odds politically, though. Not sure if they're working together or if they're just old friends. It's hard to tell. But we should be wary. There may be eyes and ears all over this city, both for and against the crown.
I won't delve too far into your personal matters, but have you accrued any information that could pertain to instability in trade shipments?
I'd say an uprising of any sorts definitely could lead to that type of instability. Granted, I'm not a scholar myself, but I don't think it takes much brains to see that. Nora's tone has completely changed now that she's working. Working in quotes. Hey, Sal, can you drop this illusion?
He waves a quick hand, just kind of nonchalant, and it vanishes. Salazar's also going to get the attention of the waitress as she comes back and requests a little bit of extra water in a small saucer.
Yes, certainly. Well, so I had a talk, and we can get the prices on the common rooms, not to down to about 75 silver.
Oh. Wait, isn't 75 silver more expensive than 2 gold?
I'm sorry, 7 silver.
7.5.
7.75 silver. Yeah.
Oh. Oh, that's not her voice. Oh, well, that sounds alright. What do you think, Sal?
It seems fine. I wasn't
She'll-
going to haggle, but
No, we won't spit on your generosity. Thank you very much. Tell the owners we appreciate it.
Not a problem.
And do we just want to say we go halvesies on the room? Is she looking for payment now, or is it something we pay at the
No,
desk when we pass by?
you'll pay later.
Right.
She just leaves a couple of keys. She leaves a kind of crummy rundown key for Mordic. And the other 3 keys or other 2 keys are very similar size, bronze in color.
Hey, Morgix, you grabbed a room, right?
Yes.
Let me cover you. You bought the drinks.
Oh, okay. Certainly. Thank you.
She just nods.
oh, Nora's made a friend. So proud.
What is that?
Does he say that out loud?
No.
Okay, good. Just checking.
No, that's a little bit too. That's not in the temperament.
That would get an elbow to the ribs.
With that,
Perfect. Though.
If you guys have anybody else in the tavern you'd like to interact with, speak up, or we're going to jump to the evening.
Nora would probably opt to go check on the lady who got harassed and asked if the rest of you wanted to come.
Orix will follow you. Trying
Sal
to ingratiate himself.
would probably stick at the booth. The only thing I really wanted to add on that was the reason why I requested the water is I was going to introduce my familiar. I was going to have my little snake kind of scurry out of my cloak.
Excellent.
Ooh.
Go ahead and describe it for us.
It appears to be a gray-colored snake with red markings going straight down the top portion of the tube creature, and kind of if you look closely enough, it kind of looks like a basilisk without legs. And Basil.
What a good boy.
If you can find me
Nora says.
a good reference pic, I'll give you a token.
No worries, I'll get to.
Sweet. Checking in with the girl over here. She kind of looks at the pair of y'all, thanks y'all for your concern, and just says it's not a big deal. He's an old fling who doesn't give up.
I get that, sister. If you run into trouble with him again and you see me around, let me know. I'll break his ankle.
Abby, if you want to beat the shit out of him just cause, go ahead.
If I run into him in a dark alley, I'll think about that.
Will do.
Sorry, I was coughing.
As you guys are actually passing through the tavern now, you can get a better look at these two here. They are more rugged-looking sand elven females with tattoos across their faces. They are sporting a mix of like light leather armor with some heavier padding and metal on the shoulders and around their wrists and bracers. Practical armor, definitely designed for hunting of some sort as opposed to like guard duty or militaristic. They've just been kind of sitting over there chatting the night away.
And are we sitting back at our table by the time we notice them, or are we like walking
Yeah.
past them?
No, you're just been sitting back at your table.
Hey, guys, they look like rangers or something. Think we should ask them about the lay of the land in case we need to head out sometime? Not that I fancy running out into the desert.
It always helps to be prepared. I don't assume that is the opposite direction which we'll be traveling.
Ideally, but you can't account for everything. Of course, once we get in there, if someone's like, oh, you need to go deal with the goblins in the sand caves or something, we don't want to get stuck.
Oh my goodness. That
Hey.
I love that picture. No,
That's a great picture. Oh, I thought you were laughing at Nora. Hey, okay, so I'm being hyperbolic, but you know what I mean. She'll say shortly after.
Well, I appreciate your sudden consideration of our safety under any circumstance. I would
Hey.
maybe be interested.
Hey, if I'm gonna die, I'm gonna do it fighting, not dying of dehydration. So, you wanna come? She'll start to get up and go in their direction.
Yeah, he'll follow.
He's big, large boy,
Goodness.
large snack.
And of course, anyone else is welcome to tag along
What
if they
is
want to
your
talk to the
wish?
rangers. Nora's just chatty.
Though at the very least, if you are concerned about dehydration, alcoholics are not the best satiator.
I'm not going to bring booze into the desert, Mordek. Well, at least not a lot.
Pack carefully. Turns to the rangers.
Ah, Shell, seems we got some of the attention. The darker-haired elf will speak up. The other elf, the red, more orangey-haired one's gonna turn around. What can I do for the two of you?
Evening, ladies. You two look like a rugged type. Are you rangers of the desert or something?
What, the tattoos don't give it away? They take a moment.
don't?
Oh, outsiders.
She shrugs innocently.
We're dragon hunters.
Dragon hunters.
Yeah.
Her interest goes from polite to vested. Well, from your garb, I presumed you were hunters, but I see that you're hunters of much more dangerous game. Do you mind if I sit a moment?
Feel free. Costs you a drink, though.
I'll buy you a drink.
You must be well traveled. I will partake. Though I do not drink alcoholics.
Doesn't mean you can't buy them. Yeah, we're dragon hunters. Sand dragon hunters, you know. The big brown dragons that roam the desert every now and then.
Is that a nature check to know what the hell they're talking about? Let me roll it. Come on, Nora, with your +0. Hey! She sort of listened to those stories.
You
Yeah, I'll do it as well.
recall one of the family trips to Altaria, where they talked about one of the great brown dragons that used to burrow up under the sands. Apparently they have those here too.
Oh, so they're like the ones that Altaria has to deal with on the borders, right? They burrow and they pop out and grab people as they pass by.
Yeah, they mess with the trade routes a lot. You know, dragons.
Of course. Dragons are assholes. And she chuckles.
Really regal creatures, really, but messing with the trade routes hurts business, and that makes it our business.
I see.
Then what? And you must be mercenaries of a hired corporation. Do you work for business within the city?
We work for the military.
Oh.
Why?
Well, getting into the city seems to be quite a hassle. For I assume many of the participants in this tavern. But I am more concerned about the stability of the trade routes. See, I was sent here to this investigation for a missing shipment. I don't suppose you know anything about any shipments that have came over in your direction, of your jurisdiction.
Look, kid, I just hunt dragons. I don't take care of the trade. I just make sure the trade gets from here to the port. If it got
Do you
lost,
know? Oh, sorry.
if it got lost, it wasn't during my shift. Besides, there hadn't been a dragon flying around for almost a month now.
I see. Well, do you know who we might talk to if we want to learn anything about something like that?
It'd
So many
be a
people.
matter of getting into the city. Markets usually have a lot of gossip about stuff going on. You could always try old Adelia up there. She seems to pick up a lot of gossip. But this may be one of the shoddier ends in the city, but hey, it's a good place to see people coming in and out.
Nora nods, almost poignantly so, at Mordek. I'm personally more interested in the lay of the land. Do either of you know where I can get a good map of this place? Any areas to avoid? The rest of our party is looking to do some adventuring.
There's a cartographer in town.
Got a name? Got one you trust? I feel like you two are good judges of character, or at least usefulness of maps in that regard.
Yeah, I got one for you. Hold on. Go to Steve Sketches. No, and I know it sounds like an artsy place, but he does maps of the land and other places, and sells art. But you know, some human
Gotcha.
fellow came here from a few years ago. Has made a name for himself for his maps.
I see. You want us to tell him you sent us? Maybe he'll give you a discount next time. Alright, if you insist.
Anything else we can do for y'all? Besides waiting for our drinks. Adelia! Oh,
Yeah.
sorry, I'm here. Another round, but it's on the redhead.
Nora
Yes,
shoots
sir.
Adelia
Services
finger guns.
is most appreciated.
You really
For
get
your
around, don't
remuneration, Mordek.
you? Still notice she really gets around and then just walked off.
Nora just laughs. You have no idea! Ahem. Anyway. Well, I certainly appreciate your time. There's a cartographer to talk to, now we have a direction to go in once we get in the city. And, pardon me if this is a little political. And she'll kind of plop both elbows on the table and lean forward. I hear there's a bit of, and she's lowering her voice, a bit of unrest in the city. Is there anything going on we should be aware of? You two seem like you're close to the people. You seem like you would get what's going on. Anything we should be wary of? Things we shouldn't say?
No comment.
No comment. That tells me more? Or, she wouldn't say that. She'd say, that tells me plenty. Alright, keep quiet and behave, then.
Best way to
She
go
raises an
about it.
eyebrow. She nods. Well, you two have been a great help. I hope you have an excellent evening.
For
Mordek, anything else?
Perhaps for conversation more suited to your profession, we might seek, if we ever have to, an excursion to the desert. I assume you don't have to face just dragons there if you are experienced hunters. Are there any other creatures that we should be wary of?
All the usual dangers of the desert. The most dangerous thing being the heat, of course.
Nora
Trust
nods.
me, if you ain't used to it, you probably shouldn't go out there.
Maybe I should invest in a coat. She looks at her own exposed, scarred arms.
And if it ain't the heat that'll get you, it'll be the cold of the night. And if that
The heat
doesn't
doesn't
get
bother
you,
me,
it might be a
coming from-
dragon. If that doesn't get you, well, there's plenty of things out there. Sand elementals, you know.
The heat doesn't bother me
Sandstorms.
so much, coming from the Dwarven caves. But the drought is what most interests me. I shall make sure to pack prodigiously.
Yeah, you do that, kid. Now, if you excuse us, our drinks are here. Now, run along.
Very well. I wish you both a pleasant evening. Thanks for your time. She knocks on the table, winks, and heads back.
We thank you for your service.
All right. So, Sal, Morgix. Well, Morgix, if you choose to stick with us. Sounds like there's a cartographer inside the city once we get in there. His name is Steve. Steve's Sketches is the name of the place. We might want to procure a map before we really get busy with anything. One of the city, one of the local area, that kind of thing. Dragons are apparently a problem, but not a lot have been seen in the past few months. Morgix, you mentioned you were here a little while. Have you seen anything like that? Any critters in the desert? Did you ride by land or by ship? Are you talking, Morgix? I can't hear you.
It is ironic. We may have to find someone who produces a map for the city before we find the one who produces a map for the land.
Well, if he can do both.
Morgan's leaving rejoin.
Oh, is he having mic issues? Okay. Test? Microphone test?
Sorry, yeah.
There you go.
Oh, there you go. We hear you now.
Nice.
I could hear everything, and then you asked me if I had seen anything like that, and then it all went.
So Morgix arrived via boat at the outpost to the north, and then traveled through, along with the caravans, through to the city. His journey itself was relatively safe. There was the occasional stray sand elemental, but the escorting guards of the caravan took care of that with no issue.
So I relate that information.
Ah, I see.
Easiest way to do it.
Dead elementals. Got it. Didn't Dad run from one of those? No, it was a rock elemental. Totally different.
Elementals. Vancouver is not well suited for the disposing of them. Well, let us hope we can get into the city in post haste.
Details.
Alright. Anybody have anything else? Morgix? Salazar?
Nope, just my little emote earlier. That was just for clarification about what he was doing.
Nice. I'd like to think Nora is the gatherer of information, because she can talk the talk, and then immediately comes over to Salazar, vomits all the information, and just stares at him until he tells her the plan. Or stares at him, I should say. My bad.
Alright, if everybody...
Morgix is just trying to be innocuous and friendly.
Alright, with that, you guys have the keys to your room. If bills are not provided to you yet, you guys get to check out your rooms.
Alright,
Hey.
well, I get the bed again. Sal, I'm gonna remember this. You're getting it twice in a row next time.
I will... leave you guys
We'll
on
see.
the
We'll
map.
have to have more chess matches to
We'll
determine that.
We'll see. Ah, now she's giving you ideas.
I rather think it was a clever one.
Mm.
It encourages competition. Well, solving our debate.
Mm. whatever. She crosses her arms and just stomps off.
All right. You guys make your way upstairs as after enjoying some more time drinking, just kind of catching up with one another and try to kind of figure out what exactly you guys are going to do about your situation. Nora has no passport. Morgix is being forcibly denied entry, it seems. And the information you've gathered has left the situation you guys possibly could find yourselves in quite questionable. But you make your way up to your rooms. Common room number 2, belonging to Salazar and Nora. A single bed with a green rug and a dresser.
Ha! I flop onto the mattress and it creaks.
Morgix getting common room number 9. With a single green rug, a dresser, and a bed. And then Mordek getting the commons room, or the cheap room.
It's economic. Economy
Mhm.
class.
There's barely
Oh,
enough
it's
room
five
for you and your companion to fit. The dresser and bed are squeezed into the corner with maybe 2 feet of in between the pair of them.
Wonderful. Reminiscent of a freshman dormitory in the college.
With that, you guys take care for the night. If you've used anything, you may click the long rest.
Hey, I get my 1 health back. Can I talk to Sal real quick before bed?
Yes, certainly.
As we're like retiring for the evening, we've like, changed out of our gear and we're flopping, bed rolls are set up. She's collapsed onto the mattress the last time. Looking up at the ceiling, she just says, "Hey, Sal. So that little street rat stole my passport, right? And she said so was going to pay her money for it." She looks up over at you. "How much trouble do you think they could cause with my identity?"
I think it would largely depend on what she does with your reputation. If they're just using it to get into the city, it shouldn't be too pressing for you.
Well, that
My
makes me
cons-
feel... Oh, she wouldn't
My
cut you off.
concern is more for the little girl, though. If she feels that thievery is the only way that she can even live, what are they going to do with her if she doesn't get passports?
I tried offering her more money, but she wouldn't bite. Oh well. I even tried to teach her how to fight. She wasn't interested. Bad apples and all. Oh well. Well, that makes me feel a little better. Thanks,
Well, maybe
Sal.
we can teach her.
Well, if we find her again, I'm gonna give her a knuckle sandwich and then teach her how to throw them.
Not everyone is as fortuitous as us.
I know. Now
Your
you're
father's a great man. He taught me many things.
Oh,
And he goes
no.
on and on and on about the
Oh, not this again. She just pulls the pillow over her head. You two can hear the groan from the other room. Ugh. Yes, generosity. Yeah, being nice. That's great. Being nice doesn't get zombies in the ground, Sal.
It worked for your father.
Ah! I love this.
Oh, okay, I'm just gonna post this. He's just going to. He sets Dapper to alert mode, reducing its power consumption and having it sit right next to the door. I don't actually have the alert spell, but it's just like if anyone can, they'll trip over Dapper.
Just prop up my bag right in front of the door if it's an in-swinging door. So, yeah, just so nobody will be able to open it easy.
Read when alone. She quirks an eyebrow over its cell. Being this is addressed to both of us? It doesn't have one of our names on it, does it?
Oh, and just to clarify, he would have been up with the sun like a regiment, just, ready for the day to begin.
And Nora slept in. If you attempted to wake her before, normal people hours, she would just roll back, look at you like she wanted to strangle you, and roll back over. So while you're up at 6 or whatever, she would not get up before 10.
Okay, so I would be the one to actually get the note.
Probably.
Well, if Nora's still passed out, I will actually check it out.
Ah, yes, let me give you Nora's reaction. She snores like a MFer. I don't know if she got that from mom or dad, but she got it from one of them.
Hold on. I need to check something out. Need to read.
Oh my god. We have so many viewers, I'm so happy.
Mordek is sleeping into the deeper hours of the day. At
Sal, sorry. Go on.
At 8, 9 a.m. you start hearing several loud thumps coming from his room in a row, about spaced approximately 5 minutes apart. They shut off after half an hour.
I love it. So, Sal's gonna walk over to Nora, and this is probably like 6:10 or so. He just read through the note and thought about what to do. He's gonna walk over to her and basically slap her on the cheek. So,
she throws a punch at the air because you're slapping her. I presume she'd miss entirely. I feel like Sal's used to this.
Okay, I can dodge it.
You got a level in monk, right?
No, rogue.
Shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're a Dexy sort. You're used to this. You slap her. Oh, he dropped. You slap her, I presume step back. She throws a punch at the air. Sits up. The fuck's going on? Why are we under attack? What's going on? Oh, hi, Sal. Why am I awake?
You have a message.
I have a message.
He had a secondary plan in case he didn't stir from the first one, by the way.
What? From who?
News on how to get into the city, but you need to be up and at 'em, and you need to compose yourself so you can have a meeting downstairs with your new contact.
Oh, her hair's a total mess.
You look great.
She just kind of glares at you. Don't fucking lie to me. She's wipes dry drool off her fucking lip.
He said this completely serious, not trying to lie or just trying to be a nice guy. It's no, you look wonderful, awesome, thumbs up. Don't need to do anything. Don't even brush your teeth.
What about all those times you compared me to my dad? There you go. Now you're acting like yours. She'll swing her legs out of bed and stand up, kind of smirking, but still looking like death. Give me 5 minutes. This is.
Oh, that's funny.
6 charisma morning bathroom. Shut up, Strokes. She'll roll out of bed. She'll start cleaning up, brushing her hair, getting ready. Oh, fuck! These beds are hard.
I feel great. Their floor is wonderful. And he kind of stretches his spine a little bit.
Oh, now I feel guilty. Don't say that shit when I made you sleep on the floor.
It's a wonderful morning. Think about all the good we can do today. And he keeps stretching.
You say wonderful morning. Do you mean that this morning is particularly wonderful, or is it wonderful on this particular morning?
Don't Gandalf me.
I'm glad you got that. My dad said that once.
This would probably be a common thing. You would probably be used to this sort of banter at 6 o'clock in the morning at this point.
Oh yeah. She doesn't look happy about it, but I feel like what are we? We're level 3, right? Yeah.
We've done.
We've had a couple. We've had a couple years, or levels in quotes, of adventuring together. Thankfully, we're used to each other's banter at this hour. Or Zombie Nora probably punched you a couple times in the past, but she's not as violent now anymore. At least not around you.
Jaws firmed up a little bit from the punching.
she'll clean up, wipe her face, realize she doesn't need to wipe her face, cast prestidigitation. Oh, wait, she doesn't have prestidigitation, just like Elrod.
Wait, Elrod didn't have it either?
No.
Oh, that's fine.
She snaps her fingers, lightning jumps from between her fingers, she goes, right. Mom's spells are always harder to cast than Dad's. Sal, I'm gonna give me like 10 minutes.
I'll step
Got
out
it.
so you can ready yourself. And
You're the best, buddy. And she gets ready for the day. Way earlier than she would like, but the note's important, so she accepts it.
is there any sort of communal bath or anything? I figured he's gonna go get himself cleaned up a little bit, the essentials, if you will.
Nora will change, brush her hair, and then do the same once he's done.
Morgan's up pretty early and gets up and does some push-ups and some sit-ups just to stay limber. Nothing too intense.
100 sit-ups, 100 push-ups, and run a kilometer every single day.
Kilometers.
Yeah.
Sorry, I had to.
No, he wakes up later. If he's not woken, I mean, he's woken up, but it's presumably later than Salazar and Nora. So he'll be down at the tavern, but later into the day.
AFK.
I was saying, Mordex probably wakes up pretty early and probably doesn't do too much self.
You don't have to
Fair.
make yourself pretty, so you definitely beat Nora down.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
It's like that. It's like back in campaign 1 where everyone had an A or an A name, and Elrod was the only one with a fucking not A name. Sorry.
So yeah, I'd come down and head towards Adelia and, probably say, good morning. Yes, quite well. Thank you. Yeah, do you have bacon? Or sausage? Or ham? Yeah. That would be great. Water. Water. Thanks.
If Sal, I presume Sal will go back upstairs and get himself ready for the rest of the day. Nora could probably come next if Mordek. Now I'm fucking up. Mordek, you're welcome to go first if you would like to. I'm just saying Nora would probably be down pretty soon after.
Yeah, Nora would probably be done first.
Okay. In that case, Nora kind of strides down, looking, oddly well done for being up this early. All right. Oh, she fluffs up her hair, and it looks all pretty and nice, perhaps aided by magic, even if she doesn't have quite the utility to do that magically. She walk over to the bar. Oops, I dropped my mental stress ball thing. Oh, right around. Oh my god. So looks like Jeff was wrangling his puppies.
Puppies and coats.
Adelia, good morning. Also, yeah, he's a good friend of mine. His hair's not worried at all. I advise you not to say that again, please. Ahem. What do you got on tap? You seem... Same... Wait, what'd you say? Did she say thanks, or... Yes, same beer. That was quite fine. See, my uncle owns the inn where I come from, and he doesn't let me drink. He still thinks I'm a little girl. Exact. Oh, I love this place. She says audibly. I'm gonna kind of glance over. Is she looking at me, or is she kind of doing her own thing right now? While Adelia is turned around and filling the mug, I'm gonna nod at her, and then turn back to Adelia and put on my fake good morning smile and just, act like I didn't just kind of give somebody the I'll be right there look. You're looking a little sleep deprived there, friend. Tomorrow? You work multiple day shifts? That's awful. Nora actually looks kind of taken aback. She tilts her head. You, need some coffee or something? I got a little.
No, I'll be alright. Sorry about the muted thing, guys. I did not realize my Twitch had muted.
Oh no!
Oh no!
That's all right.
They didn't miss terribly much.
Yeah, just us being silly. Well, alright then. Wishing you the best. And Nora would take the beer. Do you want the bill before we leave, or would you like the money now?
Bill will be told about. Mother's gotta eat though, so if you don't mind, I need to get back to work.
Well, alright then. If
It
you're,
doesn't pay for itself.
I understand that. Nora gets up, and she looks... Well, she doesn't look guilty. She, feels guilty for some reason. She turns around. This is, silly. But if you ever get sick of working 2-day shifts, and you, end up fighting yourself around Westport, look for the Seaside Inn. My uncle is the one who owns that place. It's a good place.
I can't afford to leave, but thank you.
Well, if it's ever a thing, tell him I sent you. I'm Nora, by the way. Oh, did she say her name? Did we introduce each other, or did we just say hi?
Yeah, she said her name's Adelia.
Okay, I don't think Nora said her name. I'm Nora. You mentioned you know Nora, and well, yeah, I'm sure he could help you out. Anyway, she kind of awkwardly adjusts her hair and starts heading down to the southeast corner.
Salazar, as you place your order, a heavily sleep-deprived Adelia takes it. And would you like some more of that tea?
That would be wonderful. My dear, you look exhausted. When do you rest?
In roughly another 24 hours.
How do you function?
She just kind of twitches a bit. Well,
very carefully.
Picking up shifts is a matter of earning extra money to pay for Mother's medicine. And Mother can't work. Father has gone missing since the process started. Somebody's got to put food on the table.
Sounds like things have been hard all around for everyone.
The outer rings are not in the best shape. the new king, he promised so much, but yet it seems to be thriving only for those within the inner circles.
That's disappointing to hear. He's a friend of my extended family.
You don't say.
Unfortunately. We were told that we were going to see all the good that he was doing, but all I'm seeing is the negative.
Well, if you ask me, I feel like there's a few covers being pulled over somebody's eyes, but I mean, he has a daughter and nobody's seen her in 10 years. They don't allow her out of the castle. I feel like there's a lot more going on here than some of us common folk really understand.
Well, I'll see what I can discover, because something needs to change. This is an impossible way to live.
It's doable to an extent, but yes, it's rather draining. But please don't add any money to your bill or anything out of pity. The owners don't like that. You know, when they drop by from the inner rings every now and then.
Don't feel that it's pity. Feel that it's something that you earned through hard work and dedication to working 48 hours consecutively.
Well, I mean, if you leave it as a tip, that's a different story. She actually smiles a bit. She laughs. It's a very tired laugh, but she does laugh. You adventuring? I hope something comes of some of you more adventurous folks showing up in the town.
Hopefully so. I don't view myself as an adventurer. I try to help those in need.
Well, you came from across the ocean, you said. You've therefore traveled. You therefore went on an adventure.
Nora's voice echoes in your head, Salazar. That makes you an adventurer.
My companion would agree with you.
I'll go get your breakfast. And she disappears off into the back room. Mordek.
A bit later, he stumbles down to the tavern. It's like he got his snake. He got himself cleaned up a little bit, but his leather clothing is still quite stained, and his hair is matted and unruly as always. You've never seen it actually brushed well. He comes down, Dapper marching, clanking behind him down the stairs. I assume they're somewhere.
Yeah, they're at the top there. They're missing. I think they ended up behind the wall.
You see Dapper sort of on one of it's misses one of the steps coming down, and like its legs clatter about as it tries to right itself, and Mordek has to use his strength to hold it back. More adjustments. But they make their way down, and he goes over to some Salazar still sitting at the tavern.
Mm-hmm. Sipping some tea while waiting for his protein-filled breakfast.
Adelia eventually returns with the breakfast for Salazar, then makes her way out of the bar area. To take Morgix's healthy plate full of just various assorted raw meats, from raw bacon to ham to sausages, even a few of them cooked with mixed in there as well. It looks like she just kind of grabbed whatever she can get and slaps it down on the table as well. As she starts walking off, the front door opens, and Nora sees this as well. A familiar, worn attire looking little elven girl just kind of casually enters into the tavern and makes her way over towards Morgix's table.
Oh, you little shit. Nora mumbles to herself as soon as she's out of earshot.
Problem with the local riffraff, the elf next to you speaks up.
You have no idea. She stole my damn passport.
You should probably go talk to Eric about that. Seems to always be who people need to talk to.
He's the guy who hooks you up with temp passports, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I just realized I named the dwarf Eric too.
I got an appointment with him today.
Common name.
I see. Well.
Yeah.
that puts a little kink in our plan to get you into the city, but if you can get that resolved, I'm sure we can get you in rather quickly.
Well, you can say I'm definitely interested. But why are you so interested in me?
You showed interest in helping my people. The false
That's what I
king,
do.
though he did free the slaves, most of them live and die in poverty now, not much better than they were before. Out here in the outer rings of the caravan district and the slums.
Right. So, she's gonna kind of. I presume would Sarah kind of catch on that Nora looks different than she did yesterday?
If she did, she doesn't pay it any mind.
Right. So, Nora kind of preens her hair over her ear and thinks about what she's about to say. So you're looking for a hand, then?
Of sorts.
Tell me what you need first, and then I'll tell you what I know and how I can help.
I want information. I want to know what's going on in the inner workings of the city.
Well,
I've
that
heard
doesn't seem
things
too bad.
that things have happened. Something has happened. There's people with money seem to be running the place.
Is there a court of nobles that could potentially be twisting the king's arm? That was an issue back in home. She doesn't say where she's from in front of this person.
Possibly. They redid the whole system. The king, well, he is the great sorcerer king chosen by the wonderful Taya, praise be her name. Things got more diplomatic, more people, the commoners started having a say in things. The king had things brought to him for final approval, but it was really more of a, like
A figurehead?
A figurehead, yes.
Well, that sounds good. But that also leads to more problems. More links in the chain that could go bad. I presume.
Exactly. That said, the only notable thing he seems to have done is free the slaves. He doesn't come out to check on his citizens. The old king would do that, even if he was a bit
Evil?
rough. Evil. Yeah, you know. He was kind to us, our people, the elves. Now there's more halflings running around. Now there's more, no offense, more outsiders coming and going.
Hey, I'm
Trade
a quarter
is-
elf.
Trade
She
is
winks.
booming, but you see outside the people here. Some of them are own citizens sitting and waiting days to weeks just to get in.
Well, that does seem wrong. Nora surrenders the fact that she does agree that seems wrong.
Just look. There should be an elf in charge. Everybody says Taya chose him. I kind of find it hard to believe we've never had a non-elf chosen by our deity to rule the city.
Nora props her elbows up on the table again. Very ill-mannered, but not impolite. Well, all I can tell you is stories, and I doubt stories will change your mind. Apparently he was hefted off on his deathbed by your... She has lots of arms, right? Your goddess?
Yes.
Taya. Praise be upon her. Apparently she hefted him off herself when he died. I know that through a very reliable source. So, I guess that's worth something. What kind of information do you need? I'm not going to hand you movements of troops. I'm not looking to make myself an enemy of the people. And she holds up her fingers in quotes.
Look, I want as much as anybody else to believe this king is for us, for the people. I need proof. I want to know where's the kink in the chain? That old bastard I was talking to is of little to no use.
Seems like a rebellious sort, and while I can't call myself a monarchist, stability is stability.
Mm-hmm. Find the kinks in the chain. Find the ones who are causing us issues, I guess is the best thing to say.
That sounds up my alley. She kind of thinks for a second. I'm hesitant to reveal all the pull I really could have. Let's just say my reliable source might have known the king personally. I'm hoping that once I get in the city, I'll be able to get an audience with him. Perhaps, if he's able to provide any information to us and we're actually able to talk to him, I can pass along some info to you. Now, I don't ask this out of selfishness, I ask this out of preservation. What's in it for me?
Money.
How much
Access to
money?
the city. Oh, I don't know. It depends on what information you bring me.
Fair. Alright. I think we can
But-
work something out. Oh?
Be careful. Apparently there's some halfling-run secret society that this king was a part of before, that was part of overthrowing the last king, the Shadowfoot.
And have they turned on him, or are they working for him?
We don't know. Nobody's really heard of their presence in a few years.
Ah,
But
a
they wouldn't-
secret police force.
Exactly. But as I'm sure you've heard of mingling around the cities, well, you haven't been here long, but people have gone missing recently. In particular, the ones against the king.
She shrugs. It's unfortunate, but not unexpected. If there is a kink in the chain, as you have worded it, then perhaps they're quite intent on keeping him as a sort of scapegoat and diminishing any resistance. If the king's not doing it himself.
Perhaps.
My source tells me he was a good man, but that was 20 years ago. That was before I was born.
All I know is we had a local student at one of the protests who admittedly got a bit rowdy. He was taken away by the guards, and his body was found in an alley 3 days later.
They didn't rule it suicide by 3 gunshots to the head, did they?
No, there's been no case on it.
Well, at least they're not that tactless. She laughs a not so friendly laugh. Sorry, happened a couple times back at home. I'll keep an eye out. I'm gonna have a word with this Eric guy today. How can I get in contact with you again? For getting into the city, I should say.
Don't worry about finding me. I'll find you.
Works for me. Makes my life easier.
Just go deal with Eric. Get your papers, and then we'll talk.
I can do that. She'll stand up and stretch. So, we never met, or we're best friends? What story you want?
You're just getting information from somebody who knows the city well.
Best acquaintances. Got it. And she'll start walking away over towards wherever
She's
Sal
gonna-
is.
She just kind of watches Nora as she walks off, almost wondering if this was really worth her time. And then she leaves. Mr. Lizard Man.
Nora's smart enough to know not to reveal everything she knows, or who she is.
It was more that last friends, enemies. What?
Hey, she just wanted to get a story straight. If anyone asked how they knew each other.
The little elf girl's like peering. Well, not little. She's 12. She's like leaning over the tables, watching Morgix. Very curiously. Do you eat your meat without cooking it?
Grab the rawest piece of meat I could. Very slowly slurp it. Yeah,
That's cool.
it's better when it's fresh.
I see. Hey, Mr. Eric sent me here to find that redheaded chick that was with you guys yesterday. You know, the rude one that tried to beat me up.
Give her a little bit of a narrowed eye look. Then, let's see. Yeah, Eric from the embassy.
Yeah.
At this time, would she still be talking with the?
No, she's. It's about simultaneous, yeah.
I'll just kind of follow my, I'll look with my whole head in the direction of Nora.
Oh, she's up there. Okay, cool. Will you tell her to come find him?
Yeah. Sure.
Thanks. She runs out the door.
Smart girl.
Murdoch was in conversation with Salazar when Nora walked over. It was just telling him morning is not congenial to my preference. But based on the information we have, it seems like practicing indolence is not conducive to quickly gaining entrance to the city. We have to act on our own.
I'm sure eventually we'll get it.
Mornings suck, Nora says as she approaches.
At least in that we can agree.
Nora, you're delightfully peppy this morning. He sips his tea.
I used up all my pep on a conversation. She sips her beer, intentionally showing you that she's drinking beer.
Look of disapprovement.
You guys see a twinkle in her eye as she just glances over at you and sips. She knows what she's doing, but she's not saying anything.
Combining words together that don't make sense. Disappointed. That's a choice you can make. He sips.
That's what I thought. Sip.
Is this going to be your next competition to see who gets the bed?
I wish he challenged me in a drinking contest. I'd win.
You just won yesterday. You didn't seem too happy about it either.
Well, fair
In
enough. Anyway.
In any case, Salazar was just informing you how he didn't so much. Wasn't so much concerned by how long it would take us to get to a city, which is strange, seeing as he was of a quite different mind just the other day.
Oh.
After sleeping on it and talking to Delia here, I'm curious what good I can do outside before we even gain entry.
Well, I advise you not to get too attached to the outside. I might have met somebody who can help us get in. They know that we want to do good, and they want to see the good spread in and out. In a way.
Like Morgan's just slowly creeping over.
You can interrupt Nora whenever. She's just gonna talk forever.
He's skittling his way in.
So, the little girl showed up. Did you see her, Nora?
Yeah, the gutter snipe who stole my identity. I should punch her again.
She said Eric from the embassy wanted you to meet with him.
Oh shit, that's already? Alright. Sal, you wanna come? Or all of you, I guess, because you're with me now.
Yeah.
Whichever way most quickly gains entry into the city. Though this seems personally attributed to your loss of your passport.
Well, hopefully, because we're going together, we can achieve some sort of unified pass. You all also still have your papers, right?
At the very least, we can query the state of their bureaucracy.
She kind of blinks asymmetrically at you. Yeah.
Well, ask if they're done.
Yeah, let's ask if they're done. That's a good way to put it.
He breathes a heavy sigh.
She does not have a 20 int. I'm ready to leave when you guys are. What do you think? You guys want to eat your breakfast?
Finish up.
I wolfed it all down.
Well, alright then.
Mordek's
Mordek?
slowly he is, but he's seems content to leave the rest off and go on their way.
Well, let's
Ah,
get going
Bills.
then.
Bills before you run off.
Yes. Bills, of course, of course. I'm not going anywhere. Salazar, half these, on the room.
Well, the good news is
Adelia,
your
how much-
bills have already been paid. Courtesy of...
What?
Sarah.
All of our rooms have been paid.
Mm-hmm. The elf in the red scarf.
Confound it all. I've already gotten myself into debt.
Well, that's awfully nice of her.
And the
Was that-
bills?
I must
you
seek to
contact
amend that situation quickly.
Don't you worry
Yeah.
about that. Don't you worry about that, Mordek. Let's just say I know particularly well how to get even with her. If we can get into the city and get some information on how we can best help people, then she'll be happy, and it'll be all have been worth it.
If she can gain all of us quick entrance into the city, then this may well be worth it.
I don't know about all of us, but if I can get in, I'm sure I can twist some arms. Sal knows I'm happy to do that.
Sure, if you just mention who your father is.
Metaphorically, I hope.
No,
When
I
you
meant
got
literally, Sal. I'm laughing, not her. Well, anyway, if you see her again, Adelia, please tell her thank you.
Everybody else kind of stands up and starts to depart, and I'll place the tip on the table and drop 2 gold coins where my right next to where my plate was, and kind of stand up and walk off.
You're such a good noodle, Sal.
It's not about who observes you doing good things; it's what you do for yourself.
Well, I still think you're a schmuck, but if it helps.
Your resources will quickly dwindle if you provide charity without seeking compensation.
Just think, it doesn't matter if I see you, because it's not going to change my opinion of you. She winks.
Must support those that can't support themselves. A waitress working 2 days consecutively is not a life worth living.
Yeah, all jokes aside, that's kind of fucked up. She says, of course, we're presume we're out of earshot at this point.
He didn't even question that she was working 2 days consecutively. He just took her at her word and just tipped her massively.
I mean, have you looked at her? She clearly looks like she has been. How about... Sal, I thought of you this morning when I saw her not looking well. I said if she can ever get out of town, Uncle Shay can probably help her out.
I travel, but I'm sure she would appreciate it.
Yeah, she says she can't afford the trip, but told her to name drop me. Shay's a good guy, even if he doesn't let me drink during the day. I'm not a kid. He doesn't give Barrett shit when he shows up, high off of blood thistle. Grumble, grumble, grumble. She trudges forward in the sand.
Please never start doing. Well, that was it for me.
What'd you say, Sal?
Oh, that was it for me. I just said don't let you start doing blood thistle, essentially.
Ugh, never. It makes him useless. I swear, if he gets Leah into that shit, I'm gonna beat his ass. I don't care what Mom and Dad say.
You should probably keep your sister.
You cut out.
What was?
Can you hear me any better?
Oh, much better.
You should probably keep your stepsister away from that as well.
Yeah, Korvax would probably really be into that shit. Ha! Wonder how she's doing. She probably misses not having me around to bully. Nora says this with a smile. She doesn't actually mean it like it sounds. The DMV be like that.
Could I please get a status update on the current state of my passport papers, ma'am?
Yes.
As trying to maintain his good-natured emotion.
As he's doing that, Nora approaches behind him, not saying anything but leaning her elbow on his shoulder. Just smiling.
All of ours, if you may.
Well, yes, I'll go check on that. You redhead, you want it in the back.
Yeah, I was gonna ask about that, but I didn't want to interrupt. Which way do I go?
To the left.
Well, alright then.
Yeah,
And she'll
left.
depart.
And she walks into the back to check on the other passports.
Nora will shoot a little finger gun at the drow. Does this get any response?
No,
Or
she
no?
just looks annoyed.
Nora just giggles to herself. She knows goddamn well what she's doing.
Good morning. Little fire speaks up as you approach the door.
Morning. Does she have a bruise on her face or no? Oh no, I tripped her.
You tripped her.
Does she look like she's limping or is she good?
She looks okay.
Oh, you're looking sturdy. Good for you, kid. You little sneak thief.
Hey, what can I say? Money buys good healthcare.
Money buys good health care. You don't need health care if you could beat people yourself.
She just grins at you as you walk through the door.
Nora says, like a mature adult to a child, and continues through, leaving the others behind.
Alright. The first office that you come across has a nice little golden plaque with nice thickly black carved letters put into it. That says, Eric.
Well, if that's not a sign, I don't know what is. Knock, 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 knock.
Oh, come in. Do come in.
Hey, it's me, Nora. You want to talk to me?
Yes, Miss Nora Phelan, I seem to have been introduced.
Yeah. She'll wait. She'll kind of like motion at the. It's a me, Nora. Sorry, Cells posting in chat. Mind if I sit?
What sits before you is clearly a man of wealth with slicked black hair, a nice fine goatee, and just the most pompous, asshole-ish aura about him.
Nora immediately seems wary, but keeps up her polite face. She's way better with people than other guys you used to know. Well then, I'll take a seat then, if that won't be a problem.
The front desk has informed me that you are in need of a new passport, saying that yours was stolen.
Yes, little Fiera, or whatever she calls herself, the elf urchin. I tried offering her money for it, but after she ran up to me and gave me a hug, she nicked it. I shudder at the thought of what they're doing with my family's name.
I'm sure your name is quite fine. It'll fetch a hefty price, but, I mean, they have
30
sketches on
gold,
them. It's not like it's
apparently.
going to be easy to pass off as you.
Well, she fluffs her, like, bright crimson hair. That makes me feel a little better.
Besides, the front desk knows that anybody that comes checking in with your passport, they already know what you look like.
Well, that makes me... That's good, that's good.
So, What has it you're in need of your own new little passport?
Indeed.
Well, I can take care of that for you. It's just a small processing fee of 35 gold.
Let me check my stats. I'm not trained in persuasion. She's not. She's good at scaring people, not talking to them. Oh, 35. I'm afraid I only have 10 on me. Do you know where I can get some sort of work to find some sort of arrangement that can get the funds? Or is there a way I can pay you in small batches? The Bank of Sal.
Well, with your name, I'm sure you live up to your ends of deals. I'd be happy to accommodate you if you're willing to do a little work for me.
She brightens up.
You
By
need
all
into the
means.
city after all, don't you?
I do, very much. I'm looking for an audience with the king himself. Apparently he knew my father, and I have many questions for him. We're not political ambassadors of any means, but you can say we're a show of me and my companion with the green hair are shows of good faith of sorts. We're set to check in
Yes.
on him, see how he's doing.
So only 10 gold, correct?
Unfortunately.
Well, tell you what. I have a job that needs doing, but I'm finalizing some of the finer details of it. I'll get you your temporary passport. You get into the city, and I'll leave you a letter at the tavern over in the Gladiator District.
Gladiator District? You have an arena?
Oh, there's an arena in the city, yes. It once was
Very-
the epitome of entertainment as the outsiders and the slaves of the Sorcery King, those who were working among him and didn't quite live up to the snuff, were thrown into the heat of battle to prove that they deserved a chance to live. Now it's just a volunteer thing, and it's kind of boring without the thrill of death. Nobody's allowed to die in it anymore.
Well, that does sound boring. She just agrees with him for the sake of being, conversational goodness.
Well, Miss Phelan,
Mm.
your name and my work, we can get a lot of interesting things done within this city. You do the work, pay off what you owe me, and then any other extra income is all yours to keep.
Yes, the spoils pay. I'm quite familiar with it. She chuckles.
He actually stands up from here and leans over the table a little bit. I'm not much for conversation, really. This job is quite boring, and this caravan district is quite boring. So, do we have a deal?
Well, I'd like to hear what the job is first. I'm not a fool, unlike my father.
I told you, I'm working out the finer details.
May I roll insight to see if he's harboring some sort of malicious intent?
Sure.
She kind of looks him up and down. Ooh, it's nice having a positive wisdom modifier. My boy's level 20 and he has 10 wisdom. For context, her dad.
It's just a charming smile and a wonderful stare into your eyes.
Gonna take more than that to charm Nora.
No. Oh, perhaps, but he's not trying to charm her.
Fair.
Just your insights.
Well, if you can
Thanks.
assure me I don't need to bloody my hands unneedingly, I'll shake your hand and we'll call it a deal.
Murder? Why would I have you murder somebody? That could be traced back to me. That's terrible.
I know it's terrible, I know, but I've learned from my father's mistakes, and I should, ask that kind of thing.
Ma'am,
You never
come on.
know. You understand. I'm just a girl out looking for her way in the world. I can't be
Ma'am.
caught up in that.
I'm a bureaucrat. At the most, you'll be threatening people to punch them in the face just to get some money.
Well, that sounds right up my alley then. Then we have nothing to worry about. It is merely a circumstance of self-preservation. I'm glad to hear you're offended by such a nonsense, by such a suggestion. And she'll offer out her hand.
A deal
We have a
then.
deal. Alright. Fire up! He shouts. Yes, sir. Let them know to get her temporary passport ready, and then run along. Go be a nuisance somewhere else. Right away, sir. Bye.
The little sneak thief works for you. Nora will say as soon as Fyra leaves.
She hangs out here, so we put her to use.
Interesting. I'm almost disappointed in her. You know, if she just took me up on my lessons, I could teach her to throw a mean punch someday.
Oh, I'm sure she'll
well.
make a great bureaucrat someday. That said,
Or a woman of action, given enough time.
that said, we have a deal, and I don't like those who break their deals.
That's
So-
not a thing I do. So 30 gold then?
30
Over
gold.
time?
35.
Oh, she would have said the right amount. Sorry,
Yeah.
I misremembered.
Oh, that's fine. Yes, 35 gold over time. We'll settle the rest of those details later. I'll have my people contact your people, bureaucratic shit.
Yes, shit's a very good word for it, sir. Well then. Is that all?
That's it. Please be gone.
Well, alright. I shall see myself out. Good day. And she steps out. Unless he says anything else,
Nope,
she
he-
steps.
He just lets her go. As you step back through the archway here, you hear it click locked behind you.
As soon as she steps out of the door and closes it behind her, she shudders. She hates playing the sweet-talking noble girl act.
The rest of you see Nora finally re-emerge after probably 10 minutes of conversation.
You see her shudder.
Monica's just been making some conversation to pass the time. You don't suppose I'd get prosecuted and dispatched if I were to fly over to the wall into the city with the light beat of his wings?
You would be shut down on sight.
I wasn't talking to her, but yes. Just musing is all.
Mine.
That's it.
Scion.
Your passports are ready. Conveniently just finished up. And we have yours here as well, Miss Phelan.
Oh, good, good. Thank you very much. She
is-
she clears her throat and dismisses her fake posh accent. Thank you. I appreciate that.
She just offers over an envelope that's sealed to whoever comes and takes it first. Yours too, lizard boy.
How
Thank you.
serendipitous.
Is she talking to Salazar or Morgix when she says that?
Morgix.
Okay. Sorry, Morgix.
Oh, and if one of you could hand this to the drow, I've been told to go ahead and let her in. King's orders.
Oh, by all means.
Sort of,
I'd
you
love
say?
to hand that over.
Oh my god,
We will-
dude, finally! Thank Elistray! She just walks over and yanks it out of whoever's hand it is and just storms right out the place.
It was out of Mordix. She's like, as she yanked it out, like the rest of the papers sort of like clumsily fall to the floor, and he has to pick them up.
Oh, y'all's was in an envelope. One sealed envelope.
The envelope falls down.
I'll deal, shall I? She says goodbye in Elvish to the drow.
Alright, well, get out of my sight.
Well, goodbye to you too. Fuck, I hate putting on that noble girl act. Talk to you later, lady.
So, before you step outside, and upon opening the envelope, you find that your 4 passports are in there. Your papers, as it would be, are organized and stamped with a seal that apparently represents your ability to go in and out of the city. Mordek, you had the envelope, correct?
Yes.
You hand over each person's passport, with the bottom one having Nora's name written upon it. And Nora, upon opening it, it's your passport.
Those fuckers played me. So, what's that hymn you always recite about revenge? I'm feeling vengeful.
Oh shit! You can be on the spot, are you?
I had to.
Don't tell me I've
A
signed a
cycle of
contract that you
pain
shouldn't
or
have.
something? A cycle of anger?
Oh yes. If you situate the cycle of anger, it will get it's something philosophical.
I'll pretend you just quoted like Payne's speech or something.
Gotta say, I'm tired. I'm sorry.
You're good, you're good. Right. Yeah, alright. I'll keep that in mind before I punch a bitch.
So,
But it's my original passport?
yes, it's
No,
your original
like-
passport.
No fuckery, no like,
Nope.
it's not altered in any way?
Nope. It's just your original passport.
They're running a scam. Ugh, no big surprise.
Go ahead and roll an insight for me, Nora.
Sure. I would love to. The sad part is, she's trained in it and still only has a +3. Hey, that's pretty good.
This scam and the cost of getting your quote-unquote alternate passport might explain some of the caravan backup.
Oh. I'm going to note that and add that to the potential report I'll hand over to the elf and the scarf someday. I'm going to note that on my sheet.
With that, as you guys kind of gather up, a a horse-drawn carriage comes to a halt just next to the embassy. Driven by a sand elf, of course. Passage for Miss Phelan and crew.
Name shuttle, how terribly convenient. How much will this cost us?
Courtesy of Miss Sarah.
Yeah,
More deck size again, more depths.
I guess she's taking a liking to us. Well, let's not keep the king waiting. Right, Sal? That's what you'd say. Oh, right, he stepped away. Shit. Well, let's not keep our loving public waiting.
So,
I feel that.
there's room in the cart for 4. The poor robot dog the elf gets down and like helps Mordek strap him onto the back of the cart.
He he helps tie it down with some. Well, he's not gonna use spikes, but he's like gonna get like clamps out from one of his tools and make sure it doesn't move around.
All right. With the swift little kick of the camel-drawn carriage, you guys make your way past the first set of gates just beyond the embassy. Where you hear a bit of commotion up ahead on the road. The cart seems to slow down a little bit. You guys are in cart formation, by the way. And up ahead is, if one of you were to peer out the window, you see a large congregation within one of the smaller passageways of the road here. A bunch of run-down, poorly dressed half-elves, elves, humans, and even some halflings and dragonborns mixed in. Seem to be arguing, yelling, having small pushing matches with a little brigade of guards over here.
Welcome back.
Small emergency.
It seems we have encountered the uprising that I have suggested earlier.
Oh boy.
As the cart continues on, it rides right up to the group, who, not wanting to be trampled by a camel, begrudgingly separates. And the guards as well will allow passage for
Yep.
you guys through.
Morale of the city. kindly to being crushed under boot.
What? I need everybody to roll a perception check for me.
Okay. My passive's 19. But
I know what your passive is.
yeah.
If I'm asking you to roll it, it must be higher than a 19.
Yep.
Thou is focused on the desperation of the people.
Nora looks like she's falling asleep already.
All right, we're gonna move on. Welcome
It's just writing in this book.
to the city of Qurumu.
We've made it.
You guys are up here in the caravan district. At this point, you guys are about halfway through it, the check-in area being about there. The cart ride takes you on through the rest of the city, past stalls and stalls as you pass your way through the merchant district. Several buildings around. You see the sign for Steve's Sketches at some point, but the cart, even if you were to ask it, continues on. Following around over into the outskirts of the city, you see the elegant, multicolored tiered pyramid that makes up the ziggurat within the middle of the city.
A bit gaudy, if you ask me, but definitely fancier than my old home.
And it seems to have some sort of paint job done over it. Clearly newer and not as faded as the rest. Of a large not celestial, but ethereal dachshund across the topmost pinkish red portion of the pyramid.
I squint out the window.
Mhm.
Did he get his fucking dog painted on the side?
Whose dog might that be?
Oh, my dad said the emperor, he's not an emperor anymore. The king had a dog companion. That would make sense if that's that dog.
So just for reference, this is what the pyramid looks like.
Ooh, fancy.
Huh.
Except with the wiener dog at the top.
Yes, with the dachshund ghost scrawled across the top.
Was that the Dragonborn that was in the picture?
That's just a... Sure, why not? That's just a reference pic from where I'm taking the information from.
Oh, I wasn't sure if that was meant to be
Jaxel?
Morgix's friend.
No, it's
Sora.
not. That's more like it looks more like a demon to me. But the cart continues on into what on here is labeled as the slave pens. I haven't finished the actual big map because I'm terrible at making big maps.
I love city maps. If you need help, let me know.
Honestly, stuff like this is probably easier for you, and it gives me a better sense of the city.
Yeah. If you haven't figured it out already, it's based off the Dark Sun city of Tyr.
I don't know anything about Dark Sun.
Don't worry about it.
So I won't look it up.
But I mean the layout and the design. I don't take any of the info from it. The lore of it is really what I'm talking about. The slave
Right.
pens areas no longer exist. They've been remade and remodeled into housing. That's actually rather nice looking. There's a massive tavern sitting towards the front of it. And the cart continues past that briefly on into the gladiatorial district. At one point you pass the largest of the houses, which has a red and black banner with a dragonborn's face kind of painted across it in gold. And you catch a glimpse of a small gnome kind of doing something out in the yard. And the cart continues on and on until it stops outside a smaller house off in the back. As you guys exit, you see off in the distance the ziggurat and various training grounds around the area where it looks like the gladiators can train and practice and anything they might be doing. The very back has a building with it's a more formal looking building with a few lines out front of it. Some of the people lined up there look look like they could hold their own in a fight. Some of them look desperate for money and are just probably signing up for the sake of attempting to get some money. But one thing that does catch your attention is the young elven girl in tattered rags and such, who seems to be begging people in line to help her.
Is it a particularly punchable looking elven girl?
No, it's an adult.
Oh, well then I feel terrible. Or Nora feels terrible.
I would have specified child.
I was checking, you said young.
I know.
My euphoria for being dumped somewhere within the city far from my goal cannot be contained.
Hey, a little walk's
Yeah,
good for your
that's a good
bones. Or whatever.
As you guys are let out of the cart, the driver says, "This is to be your temporary residence, courtesy of Lady Shara."
Well, shit, she's really good intent on taking care of us, ain't she?
If you wish to volunteer for the arena, the building is right over there. Otherwise, the city is yours to roam at this point.
Hell yeah, I do. But maybe later.
I want to ask a question, but I don't think my character would, and it's kind of more out of character. So is all this issues like being caused because of the gentrification of the slave pens area?
My god.
The poor people literally got pushed out of the city because they can't afford rent.
The sad part is, I'd say you could have Nora vicariously ask the question for you, but I don't think she knows what that means.
Yeah, I don't think Sal would either. He's more,
He might think it, but not say it.
yeah.
That's
My Mordek would definitely want to suggest it.
Mm-hmm.
this map isn't ready, but this is kind of the end tonight's. If anybody wants to approach the begging girl, they're welcome to. But the house you guys are dropped off in, if you were to actually go into it first, it's a more modern house compared to the typical older houses around you. There is actually signs of artificing work done in. It actually has lights.
Does Mordek find some of the telltale signs of work done from Acma Industries?
There's a few things in there, in particular the more like the electricity style things. More like Edison style bulbs that kind of hang in different rooms to provide some sort of semblance of minor lighting through the newer discoveries of actual electricity and not magical electricity. There is a small kitchen with not a fire and wood stove, but a stove with some knobs, that almost modern-esque style stove that looks like it could fall apart or blow up at the flip of a switch, but hey, it works. There's 4 bedrooms.
I
2
don't
bathrooms.
sense any magic on this.
And all in all, the backyard actually has training dummies set up in it.
Wicked.
If Nora would make that comment, Mordek would actually start going into depth about. I could teach you all about the artificer inventions here. I've worked on many of these machines.
She kind of blinks at you. The last artificer I knew was a hyperactive pipsqueak who was barely as tall as me, and wouldn't shut up about actuators or galvanic annihilators or whatever.
We have far past that point of technology.
I'm gonna go punch that training dummy.
I'll observe.
Suit yourself. I shall be upgrading the horribly dilapidated oven.
Hey, if you're good at something, don't do it for free, dude. And then she just walks out. You can tell she's parroting someone else's quote, and it's not hers.
I am already deeply in debt.
So, to clarify the state of technology at this point, because if you guys remember, in Campaign 1, the firearms were just kind of coming around. Like, black powder firearms were just kind of coming around. Talos got his hands on one at one point, but they were rare, being shared out by the Iron Mine dwarves. At this point, we're kind of entering steampunky-esque levels of stuff.
Right.
Like, the stoves that they work, and even the better made ones still have that slight chance of something going wrong. There is a mix of magic with everything in here, because it is artifice. It's not
Right.
It's not just like, iron and stuff, but it is artifice. The electricity is the newest thing kind of showing up around the world.
Or like one eureka moment away from a proper industrial revolution.
Yes,
So not quite Empire, but not quite Campaign 1.
correct.
That's actually okay.
Gotcha.
That's very important for me. All right, thank you.
Yes. Yeah, no, we're not that far along yet. They hadn't hit that full industrial revolution just yet. There's
Yeah.
not there's
No
quote-unquote-
factories, no laser guns.
There's quote unquote factories, but they're not like what you would think a factory would look like.
Gotcha.
We needed children to get into the really small parts.
Still-
Make sure-
still-
Oh God, Jeff!
Yeah.
Jesus, Jeff!
Things are still done through.
We already have one.
Things are still done through smithing with a mix of artificing and stuff like that. Guns, even though they're more popular, are still very rare and still very expensive.
Glorious.
That's why
And
the one is young.
they're fading out the black powder.
You should buy Nora a gun. That could only go well.
With that,
You had a
that is-
gun.
unless somebody's going to approach the begging girl, that is the end of tonight's session.
Does she have like a cup in front of her?
No, she's like on her knees, tugging at people's pants, begging. She looks stressed out, like terrified.
Would she? If she grabbed Nora, Nora would give her money.
Well, I mean, she's off at the big building where people are lined up to sign up to fight.
Okay. Let's say a
No,
few.
stop letting people.
Hey,
Corrupt people grab you.
hey, don't judge me. Well, she gets a few punches into the training dummy, and she draws her sword as if she's about to go at it and impress Sal with her swordsmanship, and then she just stops. That beggar girl. Should we go give her money?
Probably. She needs it more than we do. Here, you practice. I'll take care of it.
No, I'll go with you. I don't want you to give more than you should. Let's just give her something.
I don't need very much.
I know you don't need very much, but what's not much to you is a lot to her. Also, I don't want you to be taken advantage of. I've already had my passport stolen once, and now I have to pay that guy who is working with the straight rat that stole it to off.
You're right. I should just give her all of it.
No, that's not my point at all. She's gonna grab Sal by the shoulders. Will you listen to me? Give her like a gold tops. You hear me? No matter what she says.
What happens if her parents are dead?
I want you to swear. She could say she knows that Algamar, or whatever the fuck his name was, the destroyer, is coming back to crash into our planet, and I don't want you to give her more than 1 gold. Do I make myself clear, Salazar?
What if the guards maimed her left hand and unfortunately she can't work because he basically goes in this long diatribe of all these things that could be afflicting her life?
You see her eyes kind of go crossed. Well, you giving her more money is just going to make her a target for bullies. A gold, no more.
You're right. She must persevere in order to better herself.
Exactly.
Like what Father did to me. He kind of
Yeah.
just goes quiet and blank in the face.
But without, the him locking us out in the winter. Without that. So 1 gold. Do I have your oath?
He made me build a fence without any tools.
He lets you use your hands? Sorry. She just shakes her head. 1 gold. I want you to say yes, Salazar.
Yes.
Okay, good. You swore an oath. Let's go. And we'll kind of not sneak out, but we're not really announcing that we're leaving the shared house.
That's fine.
Or-
As you guys
or at least Nora
eventually-
isn't. But you guys, if
closer-
you caught us, could still come.
Yes, if anybody wants to follow, they can. As you guys eventually, here, I'll do this. Just for the sake of... As you guys eventually make your way over to the building, the beggar girl that seems to be talking with people, you kind of pick up on what she's saying. Please, somebody fight in my name, please. If they throw me in that arena, I'm gonna die. They say people don't die in there anymore, but I'm going to die. I know it. And they're gonna take him away from me. Please, somebody fight in my name. I don't want to do it. I'm sorry that I owe them money.
Oh God.
Sal looks like he's struggling with the propositions.
So, Nora says out of the corner of her mouth, fishing out a coin from her pocket. You swore an oath.
Fidget.
Ahem. Ma'am, you seem to be distressed.
Oh, thank God. Are you a fighter?
Nora's hubris immediately kicks in. You can say that.
Please, I need a champion to fight in my name. If they throw me into this arena, I'm going to die, and they're going to take my kid away from my family. My grandmother's already sick.
She looks taken aback. What? What? I thought you were going to need some cash to eat.
No, I have money to eat, but I need more money. But if they said if I do this fight, they'll wipe away my debt.
Can't help. I fight with my brain.
Well, I fight with my fists. I was going to sign up anyway. What do you need a champion for? How'd you end up in this mess? No offense.
They did it. The ones who work in the shadows. My husband he spoke out against the king, and then they came and they took my son and my husband.
So when you say spoke out, she kind of lowers her voice. Do you mean just disagreed, or was he some sort of rouser of the rabble?
He was part of one of the protests.
Mm.
Listen, please, if you fight and you win half of the money for becoming the champion, that'll pay off all my debts, get my family back.
And these are one-on-one fights?
I don't know.
Mm. How long do you have before they throw you out?
I don't know.
Well, Nora, this might be a moment for you to test yourself. Father was champion of the arena in his time, and more so, this is not a fight to the death either.
And my dad ran away from that. Of course I'm gonna... of course I want to do it, but I'm not gonna run in for someone who might be a criminal.
I'm not a criminal.
I know you're not a criminal. But if you can't tell me exactly what happened, or what you know about this place, then I can't swear myself to champion you. I'm not a fool.
Then you're not a hero.
The fuck
Morgan
did you...
stepped forward.
The fuck did you just say to me?
Ooh.
What you got,
You said-
Morgan?
Go for it.
Well, as soon as she said, "Then you're not a hero," Morgan's like, "I'll do it."
Hey! No! This was my moment!
What? You didn't. I mean,
Hey! I just wanted to make sure I'm not a criminal! If you want to do it, you totally can. I'll have Nora buy whatever you're gonna say.
no,
Wait,
Morgan's just
edging her
kind of
on.
confused. Like, oh wait, I mean, I'll do it.
Attention,
Seems fun.
those of you waiting in line. The rules for this weekend's tournament have been determined. Teams of up to 4 will compete to become champions against beasts of the desert and beyond. Grand prize is 5,000 gold.
Well,
that'd be
fuck!
fun. I can-
That'll pay off my debt real quick. Alright.
money we can
She's gonna throw her arm around Sal. Tell you what. I'm gonna pretend you didn't say that, because that is offensive to me. We'll all fight in your name, right, guys?
Of course.
Mordek's in the house, but did he hear that?
No.
I thought you came with us.
No, Mordek's
No.
stay by- the house
Okay.
is a few buildings away.
Let me rephrase that. We'll all fight in your name, and we got a 4th friend who can help us out.
Sign me up.
Yep, that's Nora.
To be fair, 5,000 gold.
What
We
if
gotta-
I'm gonna Nora, though?
What's that, Jeff? I didn't hear you.
I'm gonna pretend that you didn't say anything. Didn't say that to me
What do you mean?
because it was offensive.
Oh, the offensive part.
No, I was asking for clarity because I had said, "Oh, think of all the money we could redistribute."
Oh, I didn't hear that part. I missed you. No, she didn't say that to you. She said it to the lady who called her not a hero. I'll have you. So she'd be like, yeah, you can distribute your share all you want, Cell. Anyway, you need 4 champions. I can get you 4. No, not I. We can be your champions. Heroing runs in the family, you could say, for me.
At least something I could assist you with.
Or greed. You didn't agree to do it until you knew there was going to be extra money for you.
I didn't know, but I don't care about the money. I only need like 30 gold. What I needed was companions. You can't run into them all alone.
You're not.
I'm not
you're
stupid.
Just greedy. But I'll take your help.
You know what? No. Take that back. You take that back right now.
He's gonna kind of slowly start putting himself between the.
Nora's getting worked up. You're gonna say shit like that? You're out here begging people to help you, and I want to help you. I'm glad I can bring allies into this.
You weren't going to help me. You were questioning me.
I was questioning you because I didn't want to sign myself over not knowing anything about you. That's what my dad did, and my dad got in hot water several times. He was an adventurer too, you know.
All you had to do was fight. It had nothing to do with me. Just fight in my name.
But
instead, you wanted to question me.
And basically say, let's dial it back a bit. She's a hothead.
Beggars can't be choosers, ma'am.
I'll just go
you say that?
somebody else.
Well, all right, fine. Nora looks ready to walk away.
Morgix is fine. He was honestly just trying to impress Nora.
At least our friend over here, she motions at Morgix, has a spine.
Well, not just gonna leave her destitute. He's gonna kind of break away from the group and head towards where she was marching off to.
She just walked back over towards the line to start asking other people.
I can't believe that. She calls me greedy. I didn't give a shit about the money. I only need like 30 gold. She's like crossing her arms and pacing around. She looks like she's about to head back towards the house. I'm also getting tired. I'm sorry.
We're wrapping up.
Okay. I was gonna fight. She'll say this like intentionally loud. I was gonna fight in the arena anyway. Maybe I'll fight her champion and see what she thinks of that. This is good. We need the
Nora.
We need the yin to this yang. Sal, save me.
Because Nora's doing all this right in front of Morgix as Salazar walked off to go talk to the lady.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, Morgix, you just hear Nora just grumbling to herself. She says everything she just said.
Yeah, and Morgix is just kind of taking it in.
Smart.
Kind of nodding. Yeah.
He goes and finds a couch. Please lay down. Tell me how you really feel.
I would have done it for free, but she had to be a bitch about it. That makes me doubt if she's even genuine with this at all. What if she's just pretending to be a beggar, Morgix? I won't be taken for a fool. Oh god, she has Elrod's paranoia. Do you know how many stories my parents told me of my dad being taken for a fool? It cost him a city. Did you know that? I bet you didn't. The great Elrod Phelan let a necromancer take over a city because he failed. I'm not gonna fail. I won't be him. And she just rants.
Morgix again takes it all in. To be as amiable as possible.
Strugans wants me to punch her.
All of the pent-up disappointment now.
You see the Salazar, you see the begging woman kind of get pushed away from another group of wannabe fighters. Oh, I see you lighting up, but you're not speaking.
You hear me?
Yeah.
Reposition my mic. Ma'am, we're going to fight for you. She's just damaged. She spent far too much time around my father. He Was a monster.
Right. Oh, thank you so much. Please, when you sign up, just mention that you're fighting in my name. My name is Talindra.
Talindra.
Tell and
Taking the note right now.
as for greed, my share will be distributed out to anybody that needs it. So you don't have to fret about that.
No, I don't care what y'all do with your portion of it. She just seemed more interested in helping after they announced the 5,000 gold. Questioning everything. People here have it bad.
You can do something to change that.
Don't want to see beggars go to the inner circle.
Meantime, he's going to give her a gold piece.
Thank you.
Maintaining my lawfulness.
What a good boy.
Alright.
When you come back and Nora is still going. And then there was that one time with the goddamn vampires. Oh my god. Mom still teases him about it, and he goes red in the cheeks.
Could you halt your incessant prattling? Murder calls over from the room over.
No! See, unlike you, Morgix over here is happy to listen to me. You're such a cool dude, Morgix. Thank you.
Thanks.
Salazar being, of course, the last one to return to the house. 1 gold coin lighter.
I walk up to Nora and go, okay, we're going to fight on behalf of Talindra. Be up
What?
early.
Who's Talindra? Fuck her. Is it that bitch who called me greedy?
Actually, Mordecai, here's this. What did you just say? Say something about fighting.
Yeah, Nora said you'd join us.
Oh, now you shift blame.
Wait, hey, man. You
Sal,
did
you are.
that we had a
You are
friend.
Oh no, I know that. She's being a nudge. You're way craftier than you give yourself credit for, Salazar. Yes.
What? Is there a chance for me to petition?
No. I veto your petition.
Here, he is.
That's a term, right? Anyway, so we're gonna go to the arena. It's not to the death, Mordek. Relax. We're gonna put on a flashy show, win Talindra some money, and save her husband from persecution. A noble goal that'll put us in good graces with the locals. Doesn't that sound good for business, Mr. Businessman? She looks over at you through the window you're talking to us through.
Having amicable outside relations is always profitable. But I have not even started any sort of business in this city.
Well, it'll be a great place to start. And I can assure you, if you stay behind me, you won't come to any harm. If I can protect you, I will. She then pauses. No, wait. Damn it! I'll keep you safe.
Do not tell
I'm
me
not
there's not even a reward for any of you for winning the championship.
Sal would note she just quoted her dad with that last line there.
Oh yeah, kind of looks over at her and kind of does the dad nod approve.
I mean, I'll keep you safe. There's a reward of 5,000 gold. Not too shabby, huh?
Mordek popped us a bit. Well, I must say that
Talindra to get her family back up and functioning.
that is enticing, though short-term capital is rapidly fleeting.
Hey, short-term capital can be put towards a business or something, right? Uncle Shay taught me that.
Oh, trust me, I have no shortage of investment funds.
Well, then, what good? Well, I mean, then you can invest the short-term gains you get, right? She knows just enough to talk the talk. You can tell there's no substance behind it. I can't justify you needing an inside check being as someone who's privy to economics.
I'm actually learning economics in school. It's great. Well, I'll just have to gauge the opportunity cost of this. Hopefully, I'll get at least 10% interest.
Nora just shrugs. All he hears is the cries of the poor.
So,
Does that seem fair to you?
Yeah, a little bit of bodily harm.
with that, we leave the group to discuss exactly how they're going to go about this and come up with their team fighting name.
You ever got
Yay!
Red Riot!
You guys have 2
Yeah.
weeks to figure it out.
Oh man, let's not do the same thing we did.
Yeah, let's not just leave it. Let's not just ignore Elrod's suggestion until the DM gives us a name. Let's come up with one, guys. I see your grin on
That
stream,
was
Miss.
great, though. That was...
I mean, the Unnatural was now is the name of our cast, so
If it wasn't iconic, I'd be more upset.
Adventures,
I'm being
but
silly.
no.
I'm being silly.
that said, thanks everybody for tuning. Those of you that tuned in, thanks guys for the long-awaited wait to kick off campaign 2. I know tonight there were some things that are a little rough.
Are you kidding? This was great.
Kicking everything off and hopefully get everything going again on my end with how everything's been lately. Hope everybody's doing well with all those shit going on in the world, all the shit going on everywhere.
Yeah.
Group 1 will be back in 2 weeks. Next week, same time, same place, we have Group 2, the other half of the group from Campaign 1, with their new characters, including Nora, also playing another character.
Hey, she's a Death Knight. She's pretty cool.
They will kick it off here in Qurumu next week, and we'll see what happens with them, where they end up going.
She also has a Russian accent. You guys should tune in and hear me try to do a girl voice.
With that, that's it. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. Have a wonderful
Night, folks.